All right, let's party. Wow, how's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've returned with Morris. Let me say hello to everyone. See how you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on your first. How you doing, Horror Loving? Noise. How you doing, Matthew? There we go, supremely nice. How you doing, nobody? And how you doing, Shopkeeper? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, no. Around elves, you gotta watch twitch.tv/Halbernock. That's how that goes, right? That's what I remember from my vaulted days of TG. And I'm glad that, as far as I'm aware, TG has never discovered who I am, because I think I would explode. I would immediately explode into a million pieces. How you nerds doing? I've been doing pretty good. Usual. I got another apartment showing for Thursday, so that's pretty legit. I have done basically like no packing in a while. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? Oh fuck, you're right. It's a me not doing anything for Mario Day. Mind you, but Mario Day is like you know, all holidays are made up bullshit, but like for Mario Day is the most made up bullshit of all. But yeah, I don't know. I like there are times that having like a little hat and doing a little bing bing wahoo does sound pretty fun. How dare you? Like one real holiday, and that is International Talk Like a Pirate Day, September 19th, which I have celebrated exactly once with a 4-hour Sid Meier's Pirate stream, and that's the only time I've actually properly celebrated that. I mean, you're not wrong, but also like, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say like, you know, everything's a social construct without dropping the biggest, and that's why I'm allowed to shit on your porch. Like that's always the follow up to those. I mean, let me remove some detritus. Clean that up just a wee bit. Oh yeah, I still got fucking Oh yeah, no, there's other opinion. We got this. Yeah, it's I think I've only heard that statement generally. Oh, National Trucker Day is real, though. That's also real. Maybe I have streamed Sea of Thieves with some people before. I think like way back in the day, I streamed Sea of Thieves with the now Eerie Echo Hound, formerly known as Echo Gummy. I did that a long time ago. I also like. I wish I liked Sea of Thieves more. Sea of Thieves has like a lot. There's just something weird about it where it's just like the reward mechanisms never really work in my brain for that game. Where it's like I feel like it's weird. It's like my body craves like a fucking like War Machine looter shooter kind of deal. Maybe not like looter shooter, but like, you know, looting. But like I would come back from every haul, I'd get a bunch of gold, and then like don't spend it on really anything but just like a couple of cosmetics that are already like lamer than the cosmetics I already have. I was like, this feels wrong. It feels weird. Like, this is a pirate game and I'm not excited for booty. What the fuck? We got advertising too. Yeah, and we back. I think of, oh damn. Well, did everything work out okay at the very least? I hope so. Yeah, like for me, I've also never gotten the good PvP experience. I think the only time I actively gotten attacked by other people in that game was when like somebody would just be waiting by port for someone to leave, or it was like they wait near where like a boss spawns. They just wait for you to get like it's like when everyone thinks about that, when everyone thinks about like the big sort of like loot cycle or like the ideal play experience of Sea of Thieves, I know it's like the guy who's just like yells captain and then like he turns to the side and his boat's about to get rammed. I think everybody wants that, or like a Pirates of the Caribbean. I never really got that from Sea of Thieves. That guy became a VTuber, didn't he? Like he became a VTuber. I think he like brought up the quote a lot, and I assume he's still active. I could be wrong. Maybe. Wait, no shit. I think I know. Never mind. I think I was given. I think there's information about this that I'm remembering. So never mind. Yeah. How you doing, Linguini? How you doing? I mean, Zomboid is fun, but like I don't have time to invest into a game like Zomboid that really wants you to get really invested. I'm really sad because like sometimes those games kind of seem like I don't think I've like no life the game in a while. How you doing, Muckrin? How you doing? How you doing? I have not really like no life the game. Mind you, like you could argue that I'm like no lifing like VTubing and like mini painting and stuff like that. How you doing, D? Welcome everybody. I was explaining that I just haven't no life a video game in a while and it feels weird. How's it going? Oh shit, how you doing, Celeste? I have not played that game, but I think I'd enjoy it because I used to really like N Plus and Super Meat Boy. Let's say hello to everyone real quick though. How you doing? A Sentient Satchel? How you doing, Nom de Plume? How you doing, Mr. Colorblind? Oh, this is gonna be a rough stream for you, buddy. How you doing, Stencil OST? And wait, how come you got two pronouns? Like the exact same one twice. I would be they, them, and they, them. How's it going, everybody? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. Today, I am painting an incredibly sad bee. Okay, there it fixed itself, I guess. I used to know Life Warframe a lot more. I'm so far behind, though, that, like, legitimately, like, I don't think I could ever fully catch up. And also, how you doing, Melanie? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I'm working on these little dudes. And, how you doing? How you doing? And they are like the little buddies that follow this guy around. He is not done yet either, but he's like a lot farther along the process than they are. Yeah, I never got a necromech. At this point, the only thing that I know that they've added to Warframe is that I know that there's a lady with a parasite tongue, and it's like that's pretty cool. I don't know if that's enough to really get me back into the grinding. How you doing, Saberwolf? How you doing? How you doing? I am doing good myself. Progress on finding the new apartment has been going pretty legit. Painting some sad bees. There's now horses. What the fuck? Anime. Is it real? Fuck! I gotta get. I stopped after the big Yu-Gi-Oh Baki fight, and I was like, this is a good spot to rest for now. And then I definitely need to keep going. I'm so far behind on Baki. How you doing, Quebec? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, so this guy like leads a bunch of pets. So we got 3 bees that you can distribute. Like these are all mechanically in game. You drop a bee on an objective, you pick up the bee, and you do stuff. I will take the cat. I'll hold it gently in hand. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? How you doing? I had to use the capture card. Jesus Christ, and the bee sneeze joke too. Fine, you know I'm gonna. So this is my lamprey. It's a normal lamprey. Nothing weird about this lamprey at all. Then some other pets. There's a sapient flying pie. You know, I think it's supposed to be a meat pie, but I thought the purple was just more distinctive. So we got a sapient flying pie. We got a sapient little loaf of bread. His name's Urgot, after ergot poisoning. And then we have him. We got Tooth. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? Nobody, please, no. I got Tooth, including my very last minute edition was giving him visible nerves. He's having a great time, though. He's having a great time. But yeah, I want to get these together. No, you can listen. I've approved of your pie quest, but you're not allowed to eat the pies that I paint. That'd be fucked up. So yeah, 52. Hey, let's go. Luckily, Necrons are not the worst thing to ever paint. So like you could probably do that. That's a reasonable amount of minis. Not with that attitude. Also fair. No VOD, yeah, no, I'm still sad that like a lot of my really early VODs are gone. I have a couple. Like I still think the VTuber wrestling one is like the oldest VODs I got, and everything else prior to that is like kind of like not persisted. Yeah, it's the forbidden purple meat made from, I don't know, evil grapes, something like that. I legitimately like airbrushing. I don't really use mine for like very fancy painting, I guess. But hot damn, if you're trying to put on a base coat, ooh, so good. Well, you can also get like at least you can also get a decent amount of metallic rattle cans too. If like you know, I do think an airbrush would be a good investment in the long run. But you know, if you just need like something quick, you could do a lot worse. You could do a lot worse than that. Yeah, no, yeah, it's. Yeah, sometimes you guys do sync up on puns, and it's like, what the fuck is that? So I used to have a video with this setup, and I accidentally. So I'm the YouTube channel that I have going like multi-stream right now. I needed to. I was trying to like clear out one that I didn't use and set this one up, and I accidentally deleted the edited content one. For context, off to my left there's a metal C-stand. Attached to that is a ball joint that will connect to my digital camera, which is a Panasonic GX85 or GX50, I forget which. But yeah, and then also that is weighted down with sandbags just to make sure it doesn't like, fall over my shit. So that's like generally the idea what I got going on for like pure setup stuff. Like I fully will also admit too that like my setup is like, this isn't me like trying to brag or anything. My setup is very advanced. I've been doing this for a while. I've been investing like an okay amount of money into this. So like, I don't know if I would recommend my entire setup as like a first try thing. But like, if you really feel it, if you're really feeling it, go for it. So how you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing? But yeah, I mean, even the metal C-stand isn't too bad if you want to attach like a cell phone camera to that or whatever. I do like me a good heavy metal C-stand weighted with sandbags. That's got some real weight to it. It's nice. Prior to that, I was using like a bunch of like Rode microphone arms, and those aren't bad, and I still use them for like my microphone. I have a second one too that I don't really use. It's got like a gripper for like an iPad, because at one point I was going to use an iPad to be able to like control lights and stuff remotely, and I still can. I just don't think I've gotten the time to properly configure that to the point of being useful. No, that's very valid. That's very valid. Because like that's always the tricky thing is like, like getting the correct angle, getting the correct light. Lighting is also really important too. For lighting, I have like on another C-stand, I have a big fuck off lighting thing, like a big bulb attached to that, and it's got like the kind of like the hot cold balance for lighting. So that way I've just adjusted to this. There's also an additional processing filter on top of this, but that's done with an OBS, and I can sort of tweak that whenever. How you doing, Lada? How you doing? Welcome. I'm getting big in the weeds in my setup. The thing is though, like, it's really tricky because like a lot of this info you would think would be more available, but there's like, in the grand scheme of things, there's not that many people who stream mini painting. And a lot of times they don't really put their tips online. Like my entire setup was originally sort of derived from a Miniac video from like a couple years ago. I'm sure that like the digital camera I got is definitely outdated compared to like the latest and the greatest. The C-stand stuff is fine. I wanted to get a really fancy lens, which I just never got around to getting because fancy lenses are like $600. Because photography be expensive. And how you doing, Ars? How you doing? Welcome. Talking about setup bullshit while listening to Dungeon Seth. Yeah, I can see where you get the wacketeer nid. It's buried in the ground, just waiting for just a hammer just to like put it out of its misery. Well, they shoot. It's because like it's unfortunately a lot of things that are aimed at mini painters are aimed at. It is a question and answer format. It's people looking for a solution to a problem. And like a lot of times like that thing is like, I want to paint X. How do I paint X fast and good? And that's generally because like that's why like Slapchop really kind of took off. That's why there's always like a new speed painting technique or someone telling you about like, and you paint an army in 24 hours and that kind of stuff. Because a lot of times, like, I like browsing people who do crafting stuff without like the purpose of like, I need to copy their exact setup. I like it because I enjoy that kind of stuff, but I am fully in the minority of people who do that. A lot of people are like, how paint ultramarine send? And then it's like ultramarine speed paint Slapchop 3000 video. And they're like, okay, thank you. I got answer now. Time to go off of YouTube. It's just kind of the nature of the beast, really. The way Warhammer intersects with like social media and a bunch of other stuff is just very, very fun. It's both like a little microcosm of what we got going on as a society, but also its own kind of goofy little thing, which I find very, very neat. Yeah, how paint space? No, that's not true. It's Space Marines. It's always Space Marines. I do chaos, so like I'm like number 2 on G-Dub's favorites list, but like similar to that. Yeah, and like to be fair, those are all reasonable questions. Like what brushes do you get? Like I do think very much to a reason like we really don't see people paint bad still. Yeah, that's just a thing. Everyone paints bad when they start. This isn't like a unique thing either. But like you really don't see like really god awful thin your paints anymore. It's because like it is very easy for even like a new person just to be like, how do paint Space Marine? And they'll get like decent advice, Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's also because like painting Tau stealth suits like really transparent, does look really cool and does advertise very well. That's how you doing, Fancy Man? How you doing? I am currently painting some shitty little bees. Their entire job is to rest on points, and when my guys pick up the shitty little bees, they get so many more attacks. Yeah. Well, it's because so I will say intuitively, thinning your paints feels weird. Like you're like, okay, I went to the store to buy paints, and they're like, what do? Add water to your paints. Like what? But not too much water. And also make sure to wick some, this paint's always a little chunky, so it's kind of thinned out quite a bit. It's like not too much water, and make sure to like wick excess water on your thing. Also make sure that you only get paint towards the tip, because the more you get back to the ferrule, the more it dries in there. But also if you're doing metallics or like, speed paints or any sort of wash, it's going to do that anyway, so your brushes are going to get fucked up. So it gets a lot like that. It's like you don't know what questions to ask really, but like previously the answer was like, oh, I don't know how to paint a Marine. Well, fuck it. I got this big old bucket of enamel paints. Yeehaw. And like, that's the kind of shit that would cause you to get like the really infamous like thin your paints minis. Like I'll bring up one for an example because I think they're very neat for historical context. I think they're like legitimately very good historical context. Just want to check out. Hey, let's go. Fuck yeah, friends with good taste. If you have a life, how do I paint rats? Though not today. Right now I'm painting bees. But if you have any questions about anything, minis, whatnot, like let me know, and I would be more than happy to help. I also just think too, like sometimes you buy Warhammer. This also might be a regional thing too. Like where I am at. Oh yeah, like the Gorka guy. Yeah, I still need to fish that mini. He's getting closer though. But like, oh shit. Yo, let me go mimic Modo Choco. There we go. Adjust my horns as well. Like a lot of times you would buy minis in like a hobby shop. And a lot of those hobby shops are just like filled with enamel paints. They're filled with enamel paints because like, that's what a lot of people who are doing like a lot of Gundam stuff is enamel based. A lot of like RC cars use enamel paints. I mean, mostly they're airbrushing enamels, but like, there are enamels. So that kind of shit makes total sense to me. Like why somebody would be like, oh yeah. Oh, I bought some minis. I'm at the store that sells paint. Time to go, buy some paint. This will be fine. That's how you doing, Midir? How you doing? They are the most delicious, and you know that because they're the most poisonous. Let's see, but yeah, let me see let's see. Let me see if I can find like a really good there we go. Let's get some of our classics. Let's see. Yeah, and this one is kind of interesting because an attempt was made. Like you can tell that they have decent the foundational knowledge is kind of there, but here we go. This is not one of the ones I usually get bandies about, but it's one that's kind of the early days thin your paints. And it's thick paints, maybe these are enamels, kind of incomplete coverage, stuff like that. people, if you didn't know any better, that makes, you're like, this is what I got. This is all I know. I have zero idea. I have zero idea for techniques. So I'm basically building mini painting from like, first principles, more or less. I really like it being introduced to that, like doing X from first principles thing. That's a couple bits of like modern like Zoomer lingo. I guess that's not. I keep forgetting that this is like more like Gen A lingo more than anything. Do I got yield classic man? I do gotta do classic man. Oh, I gotta show off the lads. I absolutely know I have this image already saved. I absolutely know, but it's super good. Like this is the kind of shit where like this one's a bit more baffling. The other one is definitely like, and yeah, like exactly. That's what I say. Like that one was like, I think this person, given some instructions, would not be that far off. Like if they were given like, oh yeah, get some maybe some acrylics or like thin your paints a bit better, you would be fine. My last minute told me to be like, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that happens. Like a lot of brush control is entirely a practice skill. Brush controls are a practice skill. Line controls are a practice skill. Oh, but these guys, these are the legends. These are the ones I'm confused about because like, for context, these aren't. Like, I'm pretty sure that these guys are just painted directly onto a helmet. Like, I'm fairly certain that like this guy just took a helmet and tried to paint a face on. Yeah. Oh yeah. The other one was like an example of like what a natural sort of like thin your paints would be. These are ones that if you know nothing about the hobby, you probably saw these in like somebody doing like a lore video or whatever, just made a little joke about them. The lads, the units. I remember these back from like, let's say like, yeah, I think these are like 2008, 2009-ish. Also a classic in their own right, Well, there's been a couple people who made like pretty solid Buzz Lightyear ones. Like Buzz Lightyear Space Marines were kind of like one of those things that a lot of people would just do because he's like a natural fit for that sort of setup. Is his eyes better than you? Yeah, I still am very much like, I'm reasonably good at painting, but I still very much do the eyes, you mean a solid drop of color. And I'm okay with that. Like and also too, once again, a lot of my painting technique is dictated by the fact that like for OPSEC reasons and everything, I paint roughly about maybe like 1.5 feet away from my mini. Like, people who want to get, like, really, really, really close to the details absolutely can. Like, if they're just, if you're just at like, your desk, you can just get, like, fucking up in there and just, like, really put that up to your face and spend some time there. I cannot. Like, I mean, there's probably ways to make it work. I know, like, Froggy does, but she does, like, a whole other thing. The track so far. Oh, I don't think I've seen the Baneblade one. I remember it was like, usually it was like, there's a Saint Celestine that was also kind of, in like the metal Saint Celestine, which I still have. Not that many. I mean, I have a metal Saint Celestine that I know what I want to do with, but I need to work on. It's going to become a bit on another model. She's missing a lot enough that like, I don't feel like I really want to bother trying to like fix her, I guess. How you doing, Casual Maker? How you doing? Welcome. Oh, okay. So you already have the foundational then. Yeah, the Reaper minis, I mean, the details on them are kind of shallow, but they're not bad. I used to use Reaper minis a lot more, especially like the OG bones for when we would play like Pathfinder in person back in like 2009. I have not played a TRPG in person in like a hot fucking minute. It used to be more of a common thing I would do, but I'll put the camera in your mouth. That's all advice. I'm also going to do that thing because I'm going to take this Tooth and Coats Griffin Claw, which is just Rackar flesh. I mean, they're... Oh, fuck off. Okay, it's not dried, but it's like I nearly had an accident there. Luckily I caught that pretty early. They're like, there's a lot of things you can complain about Warhammer minis. You can complain about all the belts. You can complain that they're like monopose. You can definitely complain that they're expensive, but they're engineered well. Okay, that one is just totally fucked. I guess I could just like scoop some of it, put on my palette that way. Like I think I generally enjoy painting this stuff. Yeah, I think from what I understand, I think it was like Bones Black where they started to get the primer issue. I definitely know what you're talking about though, because I think I tried to like work on some minis for. So that set came with a lot of really good wizards, and I was like, oh, these would be perfect for Frostgrave, and they would be if the primer's stuck, you know. But yeah, otherwise it's really hard to beat that level of mini for that cheap. Like it's just kind of like really good for that. All right, I'm gonna do that technique I've done previously, where I take that magic mix, I mix some in there, and then also put a little droplet on the mini, and I kind of feather it in. Yeah, some materials are just like that. It's kind of annoying, but like it's something you can kind of get used to. Yeah, I got this like kind of like paint, something that slows paint from drying. I'm just gonna put a little droplet on there and just kind of like. This is the stage in all the Grimdark Compendium ones where they're like use a bit of oil paint and put the mini on in a bit of like a thick cream. It's really funny how easily like there's something about like whenever somebody does mini painting with like a thick accent for like Grimdark stuff, I'm like, this is the fucking shit. I still think my favorite guy is Grimdark Bill. Is like, I think his name, I forget what his is, like Cursed Billis. There we go, Cursed Billis, who works for the Grimdark Compendium. That dude straight up does his videos in Spanish, and they are phenomenal. You're fucking phenomenal. How you doing, Tag? How you doing? Yeah, it's the lad. It's the lad. It's Morris. He toot the horn, and he summons the little pets. But yeah, I'm basically kind of doing like a bootleg version of what those people said, where it's like, I've mixed in some solution that sort of makes an acrylic paint dry a bit slower and kind of have like a thicker consistency, which I can then sort of feather to all those details I want to add like a little bit of highlight to, in a sort of cheaty way. Also, how you doing, being Ballista? How you doing? Yeah, so the original model it's actually fairly untweaked from the OG. This is from one of the Bestiarm sets. I forget exactly which. I think it's the Dark Woods 3. This guy originally had some like horns and some other stuff, but I've definitely turned him up a bit, sort of like really make him fit what I'm doing. Just not priming Reaper Bell. I wouldn't be surprised either. Yeah, the thing is, technically, you can like priming is a thing you have to do with metal minis. You can't really get away from that. But there are, I have seen like legitimately incredibly good painters that for what's it called? That for like plastics that just don't, and their stuff looks fine. I still do because like it does help with some issues, and also a lot of times like that is like a very early base coat, which is very handy. But yeah, no, I've definitely like the idea of like not priming a Reaper Bones mini sounds weird, but I'm fully on board with that advice. That makes total sense to me. Yeah, he's from basically it's like a whole set of like kind of like pan style revelers, but with like a bit of that it's Bestiarm. They're gonna be all kind of like fucked up and mutated and evil. So this is the one that like straight up they like in that set they had people fucking. It was like kind of like a bunch of like I said, just kind of like debaucherous like revelers that are like naked, feral, wearing like kind of like evil goat mask stuff that like if like we live in a very good age for being able to kind of do what you want, because that's the kind of shit that the satanic panic people would have like absolutely just fucking imploded if any of that was in their vicinity. There's also a very good picture from that, like thing from that, where it is a very skinny cultist dude who's picking up this big, just fucking like chubby cultist lady and just going to town, and it's like, fuck yeah, buddy, live your dreams. I don't know I think if I did like the like can't show this in a Christian manga censor, I could probably show it, but like I would need to do midstream Photoshop, which is like I've done that before. It's not the worst thing I've ever needed to do, but still. But yeah, I can see why you say this has got like a dark wood look because it is very spooky woods, fucked up bullshit. Yep. The music just got kind of louder on mine. I'm hearing like vocals kind of. I forgot that I had. Also, how you doing, 14? How you doing? I forgot I had a Dungeon Synth playlist, so I was like, you know what? That kind of sounds like fun. That sounds like a fun thing for night stream. I'll do a Dungeon Synth playlist. That seems neat. Get the little globule. This sort of like two brush blending feathering. I'm still like, this is still definitely like a new technique in my repertoire that I'm sort of getting a lot more used to. Like it's very much, I'm just kind of winging it for the most part. It does seem to help me with highlight stuff though, which is cool. Hey, it's all good, it's all good. I mean, technically I'm going to be going for like 4 more hours if you ever want to pop in later, but if not, it is all good. Thank you for coming by though, and high five your friend for me. You didn't say who it was, but either way, fuck yeah, let's go. I'm sure I will find out in due time. But yeah. I figured this guy's go up. Oh, fuck off. My graphics card's advertising video games at me. So much. There's so much bullshit in this world, and then now my graphics card is like, yeah, you want Battlefield? I'm like, no, I do not. How you doing that damn brush? How you doing? I'm working on this guy. You know, my very, very legit groupie boy. He doesn't have as much flesh as I kind of forgot that he's like not as fleshy as a lot of my other stuff, which is kind of neat. I'm doing a little bit of like kind of sort of pseudo glazing. I also, unlike last stream though, I did actually have I did find a backup project for like, I'm probably going to like finish this guy a lot earlier in the stream than I usually do, but don't worry. I have another bunch of lads that I actually kind of want to get going as well. Oh, fuck off. Yeah, I think I literally just got that. It was like, hey, you should buy Battlefield. Also, you should upgrade your driver, which you kind of got to, or like in the past, I've gone a while without upgrading my drivers, and it caused my stream to basically die for a while. There was a period of time where like my streams were dying like mid-stream a lot. I think it's just at one point my graphics card just stopped updating, and I had to fuck around with some shit, and then I got like 30 updates, and then everything was hunky-dory, and I was pissed. Actually, no, it's like one of those things like have you ever had like a problem that was like really frustrating, but the solution was really easy? And like on one hand, you're pissed you didn't know the solution prior to that, but also you're like, well, at the end of the day, this was still kind of, you know, it's better than needing to like buy a new PC or whatever. It was definitely one of those for sure. Where I'm like, well, not my favorite thing in the world, but I don't need to buy new hardware, so that's pretty cool. It's pretty legit. There we go. Where is I still so many? Yeah, I think it's like one of the Darkwood one. I think it's like Darkwood 3. Like, I agree, though. There's, like, I love Bestiarum. I love all their stuff. Sometimes their stuff does blend together because they're hitting very similar notes. I will still say, like, my mini factory subscribes to them to the end of time. We call it top-tier German golf club and Uber driver. Yes. Yeah, exactly. It's like I only play quality games like Ripper. Ripper's not a fucking quality game. How's you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? I am getting repeatedly recommended a game though. What's it called? It is called Banquet of Fools. I think some of you nerds have recommended me Banquet of Fools as well. But I know like other people have been like, hey Hal, this looks like your kind of game. And I have not really super looked into it, but I think it's like a claymation CRPG that plays like Parasite Eve apparently. And I have not played Parasite Eve, but that also sounds very much up my alley. So yeah. Parasite Eve was actually a game that I wanted to do, series I wanted to do, because it's horrible body horror stuff, but also anime horror, which is kind of neat. Also, I remember that was definitely one of those games like when I was younger, I was only a Nintendo bab. But so like I would see that in the magazines. I'm like, oh, I love to play Parasite Eve, but alas, I only have a GameCube. I love my GameCube to pieces, so it wasn't that bad. No design picking your base. It's a very arbitrary sort of thing, to be honest. Like a lot of my basing happens because usually what I find is really good for basing is just to keep a bunch of basing materials. Like a lot of my bases will always just generally use like what's it called? I'll always use like cork board, but also let me show you what I got kicking around. Yes, actually, Eternal Darkness I do want to do. Once again, like, I'm thinking, like, maybe if I space out the half-lives, I think that's going to be better than going whole hog. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit, just for context. This is a container I have that's just filled with basing materials. It's all, like, I mean, somebody gave me this. This is the cast of a Forge World Green, like, Great Unclean One head. It's not the real thing. I don't know exactly what I want to use it for, but I was like, oh, this would be cool for a base, but also, like, broken churches and candles and gravestones, corpses of various sizes. I do Trench Crusade stuff, so I got some sandbags in here. A lot of times, you know, just putting like a thing like that's pretty. I've also been taught recently the idea of building bases towards the idea of like focusing like a offbeat angle. It's like this guy is kind of like inherently from this side. You can kind of see it goes like it pushes like down. It aims him in a certain way, as opposed to just to kind of like flat on the base, you know. The high new gun. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, I would like that too. But the tricky thing about my mini factory, in my experience, is it's like I don't mind a lot of things being spicy, but a lot of people in my mini factory are like, oh, here's a T-Rex with a dick for a head. This is hilarious. I'm gonna release 30 more STLs and put it in a row in your feed. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I think more than anything, I think my mini factory badly needs a way to be like, don't show me anything from this user anymore. Because there's also people that do like terrain tiles, and what they'll do is they will release basically like 30 STLs of the exact same looking terrain in one go and just clog up your entire feed. I'm like, fuck off, please. Please fuck off. And it's just that kind of shit happens a lot. And like, you know, if you did have a way to sort of be like, yeah, I don't want anything from this person anymore, that would really solve a lot of the problems. And like a lot of people who are doing like, you know, like as much as like a tasteful nudity filter would work, it'd be so much easier just to have like, you know, oh, this person only does like really hardcore lewd minis. Yeah, I don't want to see stuff from them anymore. I think that would negate a lot of the issues to begin with. I think the nice thing about pirates is that you have like a couple different options that would work. I mean, one, you could kind of do like really funky like space stuff. Like you could do like you could do like an industrial terrain for other people's ships. You could do like an Eldar sort of like Crone World sort of deal, which is your like pirate base. You could do like if you're feeling really lazy, and I don't even mean this in like the most negative way, find out whatever bases your buddies use for their minis and put your guy on there. You're playing Corsairs, you're playing pirates, you're gonna raid your friend's shit. Like not in like a meta like, ho, you're stealing their base ideas, but I mean like, yeah, raiders are just gonna go to other people's places and fuck it up, you know? It's like if a lot of people in your local meta have like a very specific style of base that they like to do, just do that, be like, yeah, no, we showed up to fuck shit up. The shit fucking is real. This is turning out pretty good. I have like a slightly brighter skin that I might also do as well in a very similar way. Like this definitely kind of pushed it down towards like from the original like weird kind of pinkish. I think there's like a couple of the blood enamels I still might want to use, but like I think overall this is sort of like doing a really good job of sort of like making it look more sort of like even and skinny and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think that's a lot of the lot of the Eldars that they have to fight on their own home turf a lot. Like, you know, I think there's so very rare books that's like, yeah, no, the Eldar are taking the fight elsewhere. You know, not the faction's fault. It's just that like a lot of the writers are like, oh no, they're tragic characters, so they must always suffer, because that gives me a boner. Commerce style base would be pretty fun as well. You could kind of do like a bunch of like weird MC Escher kind of like nonsensical sort of like buildings and stuff for your things. That could be pretty neat. It's kind of like weird like doors sort of phasing into each other and whatnot. Maybe just like a I think of like I've only been to Comor a couple times in books, and I just think of the Homunculi Flesh Tower, which is fun, but probably not what I'd do for Corsair. I don't think Corsairs need the Flesh Tower in their shit. I could be wrong though. Maybe they do. Maybe that would really be the spice they're looking for. It's kind of feel like a couple spots. Jump. Unfortunately, the angle of the branches I decided to put in there has made some of this a little annoying. Not the worst, not the worst. But yeah, I think you got a couple of options. I personally think if you want something that's kind of like simple but very cool, I think just doing like ship bases would be kind of neat. Because they are raiders, you know. Yeah, I mean, you still got to be nice to the homunculi though, because you know you're gonna die horrible. I mean, I got no Corsairs. Never mind, they're not Dark Elder. Never mind. I was gonna say, I mean, maybe one of them would still have like a I'll trade you some pirate booty if you put me in one of those tanks. Probably not the best idea, but like I could see people have done dumber things in the setting for way less of an upside. Maybe that would also work. Pretty good. Probably, like I said, probably do another lighter coat on some bits. Hey, you, buddy! Look how weird and grody and fucked up you are. This guy. He toot his horn. I'm also thinking about like where it's like in the interior of there, kinda. I do want to sort of do. This technique is a little tricky because like the material I did, like the magic mix does slow the drying time a little bit, but it's still pretty quick. It isn't like an oil paint where you can kind of let it linger for a bit. You still gotta work it. And make it work, make it work. Oh, camera froze. Let me fix that. Shut them up there. I guess it is getting a little toasty in here, a little bit. All right, there we go. I think probably use that like gray brown to maybe dry brush some of the gray on him. I think this is a bit lighter of a gray than what he usually gets, so this probably will bring back some of the highlights. A lot of this is like, I really like using enamel. No, this is pretty dark. This is pretty dark. Oh god, oh no, this is a whole ass fucking story. Nope. That is far too long. Fuck off. Here's like I mentioned this before. I like a pun that's short and sweet. It has like has the 1-2 punch. I'm seeing a paragraph. I'm like, nah. I'm good. Nah. Actually, like a what's it called? Like a dazzle camo base would kind of fuck. I do think a dazzle camo base could potentially fuck. I'm gonna accidentally, because I used too dark of a color, I'm gonna get like in my dry brush palette. Slightly lighter shade. There we go. There we go. All right, let's get my itty bitty dry brush root. I'm just saying that is a whole ass story. I'm good. I'm good, dude. The good thing is you're a regular though, so I know that you mean well. It's like, you know, I have to worry if somebody's like, hey buddy, can I... Once again, the most ominous question a streamer can ever get is, hey, can I ask you a question? Because like, you know, that's very open-ended. That's very open-ended. I feel like you're about to say something really offensive or like really, really strange, but let's find out. Let's find out where that's going. And you all know you're just punning. You're just having fun with puns. I gotta like re-dry brush the plates back. This might be too. Yeah, I think yeah. Okay, I'll give you an answer. Is it gonna be 42? Is it? Cool gray directly and then thin that down. Instead of mixing the other way. Did a little bit of paint alchemy. How you doing, Gideon? How you doing? I'm working on the lad. I was gonna say the West Indies. Fair. I don't know. Well, like that could have came from any very, very different approaches. So I think I bet reasonably well without knowing what was coming up. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Just get a little bit of brightness on there. The tricky thing is that so his beard inherently has some bells in it, and I'll definitely need to build those back up. But that won't be the biggest deal. How you doing, Oni? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on my Morris. He's turning out really fucking nice. I kind of really like this Morris. He's turning out super duper good. I got my wide variety of various angles and other bits of bullshit. There we go. Yeah. We got big horn. We got a couple of bells. We got some good whistles. It does got everything indeed. Be a bad. Oh no, actually this isn't. I was like, I need to dry brush this a little bit just to add like a couple little highlights back into the mix. And I was like, should I use this brown gray? It seems like a bad idea, but no, it seems to actually work pretty good. Pretty legit. I think it probably helps that inherently the adding a little bit of gray does kind of make this read a little bit more of like a bone, which is pretty good, as opposed to like a weird cornucopia thing, which it is now. I mean, I still want to look like a weird cornucopia thing. I'm Porque no los dos and whatnot. Not caring for it. Nah, it's not the new job. Yeah. I mean, no, it'd be like that. At the end of the day, like a job is a job. I do like now and then. Like I was listening to some more Hive Scum, and one guy's like, yeah, you know, I used to do like art stuff for like Dimension 20 and like a bunch of other things. I'm like, shit, I kind of forget that other people have like really crazy creative careers. Sometimes I'm like, fuck. I know that's abnormal, and that like to get to that point, a lot of times it's like, well, you're gonna be sleeping on a couch for like 8 years, but like sometimes I do wonder if I was a little bit more like, I'm very risk adverse, but like sometimes I wish I wasn't. If I could just go like real ape shit for something like that, you know? No, there is no hidden garlic on this. I wish I would have thought about that in advance, because that sounds like a great idea, but no, I did not. I did not think to include a little garlic buddy on this. Fuck, I'm kind of upset that I didn't. I'm a little upset that I didn't. Soldering through a microscope. I mean, that sounds cool at the very least. I mean, you know, I'm sure at the moment you're like, God damn it. Solder this goddamn fucking little bit through this microscope. But as like somebody totally detached from whatever you're doing, I'm like, woo. That's some real shit going on. That is the real science. Hurts. Buddy, look at you. Okay. What do I need to do? I need to add a little bit of rust to his head. That's doable. I can add a little bit of rust to his head. I think I want to do the... I did the brown rust and on top of the metal, which is what got me to this point. Maybe I'll do... Oh god, yeah, that probably does give you a huge headache, because you just gotta like squint really, really hard for a while. Maybe I got light cheater. I went to the supermarket. Like, there's like I need to get some gas, so I went to this like Asian mart near me, and they got me some big old pork buns and some lychee juice. The lychee juice is really weird though. Like, it's good. Like, it tastes good. It tastes like lychee juice. Like it's like that part's settled. It's like weirdly thick though. Like, I assume it's just because the way like it is like some sort of like puree based juice, but it's like, oh god, this is like way thicker than I thought it was going to be. And every time I take a drink, it's like knowing it's going to be thick, and then I drink it, I'm like, no, this is still way too fucking thick. It still feels weird. I feel like a little bit of rust on there. I do also get these extra sponges. Get a little bit. It's not so bad. Look, I think so. I feel like I have. I just don't remember what it tastes like on there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely, yeah, definitely. That was like a time if you were doing this kind of stuff like 10 years ago. It's probably like, I'm sure you can still do stuff like that now, but also like, yeah, no, like, I remember every now and then I'll see people talk about this idea that like the idea of like the loser, like, you know, like not that there aren't losers out there, but like the idea that like in a movie there'd be like a character who's like the loser, and they're like, what does he do? He lives in a small apartment and doesn't work, or like maybe does like odd jobs. It's like on one hand, it's like, oh yeah, you know, that was just like a comedy archetype, that character that just kind of like does that. But it's like that guy couldn't find a house in this market. That's a very difficult, like that's very difficult to kind of like build yourself up to be in that position of like having stable like rent, but also like not doing any work. You're like, yeah, like no, that style of loser is just gone now. He's the market forces have forced him out. Yep, the mask is still reads as metal. I think that's fine. You get maybe like a little bit of red on the bottom. Yeah, a very, very early 2000s core, indeed. God, speaking of which, so for people who missed a movie night, we watched Aragon, and like that movie is very frustratingly like mid 2000s. Like I don't think I've ever seen something that was mid 2000s in a way that I'm like, oh, fuck off. Like just in terms of like the main character and like the ending movie theme and everything, I'm just like, oh, fuck. It's like I'm a very nostalgic person in general, but it's been a while since I've gotten like a proper like nostalgia from like anything quite at that level. I'm like, oh, God, it's fucking painful. I'm too buck wild here, just getting a little bit of highlights on robe. It's like every bit about that was just like, oh, fuck off, please, Aragorn, shut the fuck off, shut the fuck up. Every character in this movie is better than you are, and there's barely any other. Like, it does sound like it was like very, very condensed from the books, which I did not read. My fantasy series growing up was Dragonlance, which one I think does age me, but two, it was because like very specifically there was just like, and to this day I don't know why, but just in my school's library, they had just a Dragonlance section where it's like, oh, here's all the Dragonlance books together. I was like, oh shit, okay. See, I missed out on, I don't know if Warrior Cats came like after my gen or what, but it's really funny to me. Like, not that I dislike the idea of like Warrior Cats or think it's necessarily dumb. That's not what I mean by it's really funny. The amount of people who are VTubers who were like real ride or die Warrior Cats, like our peers, very high. Very, 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 very high. Like I said, like I was definitely like, I missed it. I missed the wave of that. But there is a non-trivial amount of VTubers that are like, my first time I did anything creative was a Warrior Cats RP. My cat's name was Orange Star. And I from what I understand is somebody who from the outside looking in, it is cats treated with the same level of violence and melodrama as the Horus Heresy. That is sort of my read on Warrior Cats, where it's like there's like a very specific like types of like codes and fellowship and just like violence and stuff like that. But everybody's like, it's me, Glitter Paw of the Stardust Clan. My father was killed in the last book and I'm out for revenge. That's a real spicy ass deal, actually. Fuck, that's a real spicy deal. I might, hold on. Hold on. I haven't looked at a Humble Bundle in a while. Let's see what bundles you got. Visual design and branding mastery book. Huh. Oh, that's also kind of neat. Fuck yeah, Discworld, let's go. got? Oh, they got ones I recognize. They got Going Postal. They got Hogfather. They got Small Gods, I think is a bigger one. Guards. I've passively heard of a lot of these books. Okay. Yeah, I think Warrior Cat's also, yeah, very, very similar, now that you mention it, to the, very, very similar to the fucking clans. Baltic clans. Oh, fuck, you know. So, like, unfortunately, I did pick up, so we watched Hogfather a while ago, and I started reading The Color of Magic because I was like, I'll read them in order. And just life got in the way, and I did not get very far for it. But that is really fucking tempting. So Cat Heaven and Cat Hell. Is there Warrior Cat's Jesus? Is there if there's a Cat Heaven and Cat Hell, that implies there's going to be, like, you know, Cat Satan and Cat God and whatnot. No, you're fine. It is not you are not obligated to be, like, deep in Warrior Cat's knowledge for me. Should just also do that. This is gonna be a little tricky because I gotta, like, sort of like it. That's pretty great. Yeah, like, the thing is, like, I've been knowing for years that like I know deep in my heart I'll enjoy Discworld, the series, a lot. I just never got to it. The nine circles, and they're all just involving being wet. Oh god, this is gonna be really tricky. So it's like, I got this is where, like, my usual style of painting's gonna get, like, a little annoying. Like, I gotta go in there and, like, I have to identify Annie Bell. I gotta make it blue. At least if I make it blue, it becomes more identifiable. Go back and add just, like, a smidgen of bullshit. These are arguably, it's very hard to tell if that's a bell or not. Like, is that a bell? I don't know. If it works, it works. Got the clout human Jesus did. See, for a second there, I thought you were being serious because I know, like I said, I know nothing. Something that I've had like the weirdest idea in my head for a stream idea that, like, and I would need to find very specific people for this. It's like, basically trap a couple people in a stream and be like, all right, I want to know. Oh my god, why did it freeze again? Hey, hold on, let me try to open a window. Oh, what the fuck? Not here. Open the door, that should... Sometimes if it's just hot in this room, the fucking camera connector bit just freezes up. I also might just need a new one. It hasn't stopped yet. There eventually will be a painting stream. I know deep in my heart I will be painting on stream. And then where I'm going to paint and it's just going to go and then never again. No, I mean, not never again. I mean, never again for that particular card and like capture stick, and I need to get a new one. So far, though, Old Faithful has served me well. Do appreciate that. Bell here. Let's see, I forgot number. Yeah, to be fair, I also don't know the circles of hell off the top of my head either. So, like, no one's gonna give you shit for not knowing them off the top of your right off the dome. Okay, he might actually have, like, less bells than I thought. This guy might actually have less bells on him than I thought originally, which is good. I think all I gotta do is just a little bit here, and then I think we're... Alright, I'm gonna let him dry an itty bit. So, like, there's still the bees. We still got the bees. And I think I'm gonna move up to my brighter shade, which is just yellow ochre. I actually don't think it's gonna be even particularly different in color. I My cat's eyes is fading seriously something. There we go. Not the bees! I haven't seen that movie in ages. Holy shit. Yeah, if we're talking about like very gruesome, violent kids series, my growing up was just Animorphs. I was definitely an Animorphs lad for sure, because it had all the sci-fi body horror crazy bullshit. Oh, this is basically like the same shade. That's fine though, because at the very least, this same shade, this is an airbrush shade, so it comes out pretty thin, so it's got a bit easier to put on for this last coat. And I'll probably dry brush with the lighter one, and then like I still gotta get like the little black like, you know, the little black bee bar on him. I'm gonna go for the yellow, and I'm just gonna do some black streaks, and that'll probably save like most of my issues. But yeah, no, Animorphs was and like, here's the thing though. There might have been Animorphs RP groups out there, because it sounds like a lot of times like young kids would get online through like I guess the best I could would be like a fucking like live, probably, actually, you know what, was Warrior Cats like a Neopets thing? Not to say that's the only way, but like if you're doing a Warrior Cats RP, did you get into that through Neopets? Because I could easily see like Neopets forums having Warrior Cats RPs. That would certainly make a lot. Oh god, yeah, no, there's so many war cries in Animorphs. It's great. I'm kind of sad that like by the time Kay Applegate released her second series, that like I was kind of aged out of the bracket that would have been appropriate for, because apparently it's also very fucked up. But when this lady was not having a very obvious ghostwriter, not her fault. Scholastic needed a million books, and sometimes you just got to be like, kids go to the zoo and they turn into a panda bear. You know, you had to get that in order to get your book sold. But then you also have the fucking like ram the ship moments where it's like, Jesus Christ. You can't even let the series end on a happy note. Which you know what? Fuck yeah, let's go. I think it's worth it. I think there's too much effort in trying to like sanitize media for the sake of kids. No, fuck it. Go ham. Let them learn. Let them learn like I have learned. So how you doing, Steve? How you doing? Also 450. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. How you doing? How you doing? I'm painting weird bees. Also other things, but right now it's just bees primarily. Do we go back to the big boy? Yeah, there we go. And make sure I get like the last little. Not like a full dry brush, but I definitely need just like a little bits on the bells just to be like, oh yeah, no, these are metal. There we go. A weird bunny. Oh yeah, it's like it's to be fair, it's got like really goofy, cute wings on it, so I could see the confusion. I could see the confusion there. They have like a brush that this brush basically has like no ability to store paint on it. This might actually be. Hold on, let me. I don't like to spend time pulling the brush really close to my face, but I feel like for this guy, it's probably super worth it just because these are so fucking small. There we go. All right, that turned out pretty good. Yeah, I think about the Special Ed Shock Troopers a lot because it's like, holy shit. For context, for people who have not seen Animorphs, I forget the exact circumstances, but they basically needed it was like a they needed additional soldiers to deal with, like, to kind of distract the Yeerks, which are like the brain controlling aliens, and they gave kids with special needs powers the ability to turn into animals so they could fight the war and then die. Like, it very much is like, oh boy, they weren't like, yay, we did this. This is a cool moral thing to, like, war is hell, even if you're 12 and also turning into a zebra. But, you know, once again, Kay Applegate did not give a fuck. She had a war story with animals in it. I still think about the book that was actually like about the Elemist, which was basically like the version of God who was good in the Animorphs wasn't like a like his style of he basically kind of became a god and wasn't like actively like controlling everything to begin with. And most of the ills of his life started because he sent like one of his buds. Okay. Oh god. So the shortest version of the story of that is in the context of the Animorphs, these bird people had had spore, but if it was good, which is it's how you know that this is fiction. Imagine spore if it was good. And they would pretty much do like competitive spore fights, more or less. It's like two people would raise a species, but they'd be like, aha, I will tweak the aggression. No, I will introduce zealotry to them. They would do stuff like that. And then at one point, oh, we're talking about Animorphs a lot. Yep, exactly. At one point, they met aliens, like actual aliens. They didn't Thendrick. Yeah, they were having fun. It was a video game in their universe. And they were doing that kind of thing where like they were trying to communicate with the aliens and then somebody sent them a copy of that game. And the alien, it was such a realistic version of like a life simulation that the aliens had no way of knowing that it wasn't, that it was a video game. And so the aliens were like, oh, you're all horrible. You gotta die. You are like the biggest villains we've ever seen. And their species gets fucked up. I forget if the Elemist is the last survivor of a species or if there was like a handful and it kept chugging along for a bit. Did not last much longer as a species. It was like, as a kid, I was upset because I'm pretty sure that came out before Spore. And I was like, oh, Spore is this game. When it, like, you know, even though the game ended their civilization, I was like, oh, I really want this game. This game is kind of like my dream game. And then I was like looking forward to Spore so badly, and then Spore was Spore. And it's like, oh, okay. It was just a disappointment. I remember we played Spore on stream a couple years ago too, and I was like, maybe it got better, maybe I was too harsh on it. No. I still wish Spore was better. I really wish Spore was better. And I know that there's another game that's supposedly wanting to do what Spore does, but it's been in early access hell for like a billion years. It's like, man, shit's fucked. Spore. How you doing, Chelsea? How you doing? Yeah, it was. I forget. I mean, definitely in the '90s. I just forget when that particular book came out. If that was like a later on in the life cycle of the Animorphs or not. Because like for people who don't know, it's been a while since I forget the exact details, but there was sort of like during the early things they were really big on the like, yeah, this is a life sim. And then other people within because like the EA got involved because of course EA fucking did. If I remember right, people were like, but you should make it cute. This should be kind of like a cute, goofy little game that we could kind of like easily market. And that kind of caused some divisions between the staff and whatnot. And like I said, I'm forgetting the exact details. There's a bit, you know, a lot more to the story than what man who remembers nothing, remembers. But yeah, you would see those really early Spore, like the really early Spore stuff, and it was gonna be the coolest game of all time, and they fucked it up. I'm gonna blame EA like most people blame EA for everything because I think it's fine. I think you're morally obligated. You're morally allowed to blame EA for things, even if like they weren't probably super like responsible or not. They definitely were. I just forget exactly to what extent. But you know, probably a safe bet. I feel like at the end of the day, it's probably a safe bet to blame EA for a thing. Yeah. How you doing, Picanor? How you doing? I'm working on the lad. Yeah, I don't think I did a midnight release. I still think the game that I think disappointed me the most, I definitely set out for a midnight release, was Mass Effect 3. That I definitely went and pre-ordered midnight release at my local GameStop in my college. because I could walk down to there and wait in line, and it was all really cool. And I was like, yay, I love Mass Effect. I bet the third one's going to be really good. Doing his walls of starfish. That's... I don't know. On one hand, like, starfish don't have to technically live a stress-free life because, you know, you don't really got higher brain functions. You just kind of float. There's some days the idea of floating for with no real anything going on does kind of sound nice. I'm not gonna lie. The appeal of having a good float could be neat. Yeah, exactly. It's like one of those things. Is like, even if even if EA is not responsible and I'm blaming the wrong person, it's still EA, you know. It's I could totally be in the wrong, and it's like, you know, it's still fine to dunk on EA. He does have claws, kinda, but like, I don't know how much I really give a shit about differentiating them and just kind of leaving them just like weird long hands. I think I'm okay with that. Yes. Yeah, yes and no. So this is the TOF, but specifically for the pub crawlers. So it's a TOF that can only be used in that cult. But yeah, but he is a TOF, yeah. Just specifying because there's only a couple of times in Turnip I'm going to be able to use this guy. That's fine. So he's like a nice big model in general too, which I could just use for a bunch of stuff really, which is always neat. That is, you got his skin really gross and pallid though. I still kind of want to use some of those like blood effect enamels on him. Maybe in like the divots of the hands and like maybe where that sort of like where the fur and the body meet, like maybe on like right there-ish. Definitely in the recesses of the head. Realized into like I did the dirt by his foot, but like I think it kind of just ended up blending with the color of the rocks. I'm just gonna try to make that dirt properly brown. I mean, so like this is gonna sound rude, but like have you like, does your shop have a Discord, and if so, have you asked? Because specifically, I got you. I know very little about French SpongeBob in my defense. Like specifically when we tried to get this game going, we had to like actually like I met up with somebody. I was like, hey, does anyone play Turnip? And one guy was like, yeah. And we got that going. Otherwise, you probably just need to like, it's gonna suck, but like maybe put out some like, you know, try to do like a demo day or something like that. A lot of times with niche war games, you do gotta kind of be a bit more like forthcoming on getting the shit you want going. It sucks and it's annoying, but you do just kind of gotta do that. It comes with the territorial ass stuff on. I feel like a little. Yeah, I've learned. Knowing is half the battle, and the other half is what, like blue and green lasers or whatever. Some color laser. There we go. So, itty bit there. I feel like this side is like pretty good. I just need to sort of like bring similar bullshit to this side. Also, how you doing, Instances? How you doing? I've been... I feel like you've been there a while. I'm just totally forgetting. But yeah, I'm working on the lad, and he's turned out pretty legit. Because I need to get like up in there-ish. Like just like these couple of little areas is just sort of hard to reach with my brush. Pretty fine. Look at this gross fucking boy. He actually does kind of got this like, I like him. He like looks weird and disgusting, but there's like a sort of like majesty to him, which I'm enjoying. He's like, you know, he is a horrible monster, but he is also Wandering Morris. He's here to have a good time. And to bring all the little creatures and whatnot. Do I need to do anything else before I start doing some, like, he's already gotten the enamel wash. He doesn't need like a full enamel. Yeah, Majesty works for sure. I think all I need is like a very simple. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know. I can use one of my shady disposable ones. Yeah, these tend to get gunked up a lot, so these would be good for enamel effects. So I got this Curian Crimson, which I need to shake the fuck out of because these get like really, really stuffed up. I can see the Krampus vibes, yeah. I could definitely see that. Get this. I think I do that thing with blow dry. So this is one where it's like I want to like get a couple drops on my little metal mixing dish. I think the way to do it is I actually want to like very lightly blow dry the medium directly just to kind of evaporate some. Got like a little red tinge with some bits. Could go like just add like a little bit of red to the hands. Go. Add a little bit to kind of like the recesses of the head in particular, like these little bits. Yeah, there we go. Like if I get a little bit on the top, that's fine. But I think the big thing I want to do here is really get, yeah, like this stuff. I want it to look like the way his head is built is not supposed to be like that. Like that's no one should want to be this Morris. His Morrisitude is too strong. His Morrisosity. Maybe his back is looking a little kind of like not great, so I might try to add like a little bit of this to it. Oh, that might have been a bit too much. Hold on. No. There we go. I can wipe off a lot of the excess. Good. I guess if I can like keep it in like the crack of the back, like his like, it's weird saying his back crack, but he does have a back crack. Put like a little bit in here. That little kind of like weird gaping chest thing he's got going on. Backs of the knees, maybe. Even like the little bits of the elbows. There we go. Okay, so this used up a lot of it, and that's good. Blow dried a little bit just to see what it looks like. It's like I want to get really good at using this particular effect paint in general, but it's very finicky sometimes. I can definitely tell where it's like sometimes I'll overuse it and sometimes I'll like underuse it. With that sponge, I'll put on my lap. With some light little paps. This background. Nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay, so the hands. Ooh, actually, hold on. Alright, so taking a look at what this did. The back of the knees got tinted a little bit, which is good. Okay, that one needs probably a little sponge in. Elbows could use a little more. The hands are turning pretty good. The little tumoury bits. I think I need a couple more drops. I'm gonna do that same thing. I'm gonna put one singular drop on my palette. I'm gonna blow dry it directly to kind of like remove a lot of the excess stuff. It removes a lot of this stuff, and I can just get just a particulate that I really want. Especially like here, like around like these bits, I really get that like. Let's get that tumor stuff. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the OG version of this has horns. I know I definitely like sculpted these little branches on there. I definitely did that. It took me a bit to get that looking good. I think this is like one of those things that I started and I was like, oh, this is fine, and then I inevitably discovered not Tommy Putty. Oh yeah, Sprugu. Goddamn Sprugu. Sprugu, I think once again, for me, Sprugu was the best thing in 2025 in terms of like upping my minis quality. I've gotten so many good sculpts out of Sprugu. It's kind of insane. Rest there, just add another little bit of weird redness. I'd also just try to get a little bit into the ribs because he's got these like nice, nice detailed ribs. It'd be a shame to kind of not put some like weird gunk in there. There we go. And blow dry this again. It's gonna get really light. I could also just use some like blood effect, like I have the dry blood as well if I really want to. That might be good for the top actually. That would give me a little bit more control on how I want to use this. Get a little bit. Can I get a little bit more of that delicious back of the knee meat? Spicy. How you doing, son? I'm making very erotic knees. How you doing? How you doing? So this little bit's doing that thing where it's dripping down, so I'm just gonna wipe a little bit of extra off. I think that's good. Okay, there we go. Do we check this? No, this brush is still good for enamel stuff. I'll just leave it off to the side. And yeah, maybe like a drop or two of dry blood. Are those knees safe for TOS? Haha, no. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I guess I mentioned earlier, I got a new place lined up for a tour for both Thursday and Monday, which should give me 4 options for the apartment. So I'm doing pretty good having some like potential stuff set up. And which is really helping with the mood. I've done the 0 packing though this week. This week has done mostly crafting and not enough packing. I need to kind of switch those numbers just a little bit. Thinking tomorrow for sure. I'm gonna try to probably take a day to do that. Dry blood clogged up. Oh, fuck off. At one point, I had a little metal sounder thing for my pants. Painted Gucci's to nice scams indeed. Listen, I am what they call a Renaissance elf. I have many talents, and they're all horrible. I like pop the lid off this. Actually, wait. I think I bought a second container of blood because that's just the kind of person I am. Is this one clogged? Yeah, fly across the ocean for that. I do appreciate the offer though. This one's also clogged too. Fine. No dry blood. I got true blood. There we go. That one had a dollop come out. Actually. Let's get like. There we go. Just kind of getting there. I already tinted this a little bit with the enamel, but I can just kind of go like. Did I use that sponge right? God damn it. Sponges for days, so it's not like the biggest deal. But get a lot in like here-ish. Be a little careful because I know I tend to go overboard with the blood bullshit. I think we're good there. Yippee! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! He's off to be. Hey! Let's go! Let's go! I still think I would like to be a homeowner someday, but I really need to make sure. Like, I don't know. There's always that like, but what if I move, or like, you know, my life is always slightly more in flux than I wish it would be. There we go. Ooh, baby, look at you! Look at the handsome boy. Look at this absolute handsome boy. I think he's good. Okay, I do need to do the paint the rim black. Which I found my black from last time. It was literally in front of my face. I'm blind. I can't see shit apparently. Surprise. Get the base black. And he's done. And then I gotta get his little dudes. Luckily the little dudes are not particularly complicated. And then I'll show you. I think I might have showed you guys the backup project before at like a much earlier state. Maybe. It's been like, I think I was starting to cook up the backup project back in August, and then that has not finished. So I'm gonna get a little bit of extra stuff on there. No cook better, Mom. I mean, there's the cooked share though, if you don't mind just like staying there for a bit. I never, until like recently-ish in the grand scheme of my life, I didn't really understand the idea of like what like a cooked chair was in the context of just like bedrooms. Well, not bedrooms, like hotel rooms. Like you just go to a hotel and there'd just be like a chair there, and like what? Why is there a chair here? And as far as I can tell, I've not gotten like a good like legitimate answer. Like, you know, like haha, cooked chair and whatnot, but like, why are there so many just like one ominous chair facing the bed? Is that just for like a makeshift stand? I don't know. It's like relatively common. Also needs. I think I usually have metal toothpicks for this, but I think I packed them. I think I packed the metal toothpicks because I was like, psh, I won't need them. I won't need them yet, and getting them packed will mean they'll be ready for me later. I'm just gonna use buff. I'm just gonna dry brush the bees. I'm just gonna do a dry brush of the bees, and I think that's gonna give me what I want. Goofy little bee. These guys also too. The pets themselves are gonna be like really simple. That's like fine. Oh shit, I know what I can do actually. Hold on. I don't think this is a great idea, nor does the order of operations really make sense for this, but here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna dry brush the bees. And then I got a speed paint yellow, which I'll just put directly on top of the bees. I'm basically using like every yellow on my desk, hoping for optimal bee. I'm hoping this is gonna be it. I'm hoping I'm gonna find like the magical optimal bee ratio that's gonna give me the best bee results. Alright, so let's let you dry for a little bit. Oh, it's just a oh, okay. That makes, yeah, that does make sense. That tracks. None of that sounds particularly too weird. Just remember, be yourself. The B movie count for fantasy movie night? When did I see the B movie? I've only seen the B movie once, and it was one of those things where somebody was like, "How? We're watching the B movie," and I'm like, "Okay, I guess I'll be there." And it's one of these movies that I can kind of understand why people make fun of it, because like, I'd argue it's not bad. Like, okay, mediocre and weird, yes, but like I wouldn't say it's like a like, you know, I've seen some terrible movies. It's competent in a stupid way. Yeah, exactly. They have like, you know, they could have just given him a B love interest. How you doing, Bird Malls? How you doing? It's strange. I don't know. They do that sometimes though, where they'll just give like a anthropomorphic creature a human woman, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. Or if you're Rayman, they give you like a cow lady for like 3 seconds. Hey, how you doing, Bird Malls? This is what I am working. Oh, actually, he's done. He's doing good. This is my Wandering Morris. He will play you the song of his people. He does the big dudes. Yeah, it's been kind of rainy a lot here. Like, we had a beautiful day today, and then we got a weather report. They're like, "Hey, it might snow." Oh, that's not a question. Bug's Life is a significantly better movie. Like, I think that's almost unfair. That it's like comparing two movies that both have guns because they both have guns in it. Like, I agree with you. Ants is also fine from what it's been a while since I've seen Ants. Like, you know, Ants is also like a movie that's like I believe reasonably competent. I think Ants was aimed more at adults though, which is why like it didn't have like the cultural kind of grip because it wasn't a Pixar movie aimed at children. Not that, you know, Pixar movies are necessarily all aimed at children, but like, you know, more general audiences, I guess. I also forgot that I just like when I went to the shop, I just got me a Daifuku. And I just left it on my desk. I was clearing some space so I could let this guy dry off to the side. And I was just like, oh yeah, beans. How you doing, Yuita? How you doing? How you doing? The food, indeed. Indeed. I ate like right before I started stream. It's fine. Yeah, I got some, okay. I got this yellow, speed paint yellow. I'm gonna see what happens. So, I've been trying to find a good yellow for the bees. And... what's this clog too? Fuck off. Okay, you know I do have. From ages past when I still had G-Dubs paints. I got Imperial Fist Contrast in a funky little dropper bottle. There we go. Yeah, this might be on the thicker side though, so I might need to thin this out. I'm not sure. We'll find out. About the sacrifice, huh? I mean, to be like, not to be fair, but like, you could really get a lot of like, you could get away with a lot if everybody in your movie was an anthropomorphic animal. That's not too surprising to me. Okay, this is, oh shit, okay. Okay. It's still like a relatively flat. I definitely like the dry brush is kind of getting absorbed, but kind of not. I'm okay with it though. I have the right masking tape. Oh god, no, I learned that. When I was doing the zine stuff, definitely like I yanked off a lot of stuff because I just wasn't aware of like how. I feel like masking tape is stronger than sometimes I think it is for stuff like that, and it just kind of went like you just like yank the fuck out of it. I'm gonna like hit. Okay, so he's got dry now. And this is good. I'm gonna so like these guys because I'm probably just gonna use Agrax Earthshade for shading just because like they're smaller and I've been doing that for the pets as like a test. These guys have kind of been a test from like I forgot how to use like acrylic washes and they're kind of fun to use it for these. There we go, and we'll do. I remember based on my stuff I've been doing with the turnip, the tongues have always been glowing. Glowing energy tongues. What can I do for you, buddy? What do you need? You need a little bit of brown on the back of the ear. A little bit around here as well. Could just dry brush the pale color on you, actually. Oh, you know, Hopper. Yeah, Hopper was a legit like good villain. As so you're like damn, he's like a good one. Is just kind of like really like latch onto for that. It's like you're like, I guess kind of like capitalist villain kind of. I don't know exactly where you put him in the political spectrum, but like definitely worked for Bug's Life. Grabbing the itty bitty dry brush. They're basically like these guys are mostly tokens anyway. Like the Wandering Morris is sort of like the real prize of this army. The rest of these guys don't need to be like the best standard of all time. They just need to be like pretty decent, really. I think it's your fault, Hopper, exactly. But oh god, this also reminded me. So I am now working my way through the new Word Bearers book, Apostle, and it's really fun. Like it's. I can see why some people. So basically, the premise of Apostle is that a word bearer ship gets wrecked by Sisters of Battle when they're on the way to a planet to sort of like take it over and corrupt it. The main character kills the previous leader and is like, "I'm the captain now, or I'm the Dark Apostle now." But the only people are him and his apothecary survive, and they're sort of like going about building an entire cult on this like this imperial planet called Legitar, where it's like. It does nothing but pretty much make like reading material for like the Imperium. like just makes a bunch of like scrolls and scriptures and stuff like that. And to the point where in the context of the book, that shit piles up so much that there's like people build houses in the discarded paper. Like you're not allowed to burn it because it is the holy word of the god emperor. So you just throw it down the depths of the city and just hope that like it'll just kind of go away or whatever. And like the poor of the planet will just like burrow into it and make like effectively like a little nest. Legendar does sound like a dinosaur. I could totally see why you think that. Understandable there. All right, so these guys still gotta dry. I think Chaos Marine protagonists are just really fun. Like, a lot of Loyal's protagonists are like, battle brother, Fuctanius, I love the Emperor, and honor, and my brothers, and my bolter. And like, you know, like occasionally you'll get one that's a little jokey, and even then not that different. But like, all the Chaos Space Marines are like, you know, they're still kind of shallow, but they're like more characters. You get to have a lot more. They actually kind of ironically have more human emotions because, yeah, they can be a lot more like greedy, a lot more like impulsive, reckless, stupid. Like you get a lot more with a Chaos Space Marine. And I think that's nice. So while these guys are drying, here is another turnip project I'm working on. These guys. So these guys were made for a project that's going to be my Lost and the Damned, and also for a turnip cult that I don't believe exists anymore. It's the one where you get like a scab ship, and like whenever a guy dies, you can sort of regenerate him. So I have gotten a bunch of these dudes, and my thought process on these are going to keep it like pretty simple. Yeah, they're supposed to be just like little like walking cannon guys. I'm kind of going with the idea that they were sort of just like built out of like people scraps. So my first part about this is I think this just needs to be dry brushed. I'm going to use the what's it called? The horn. I have yet to see a horny Space Marine. Also, I'm going to be using Griffin Claw again. I have yet to see a horny Space Marine. Space Marines are like pretty asexual overall. Like, I'm going to be honest. They are sexless beings. Even the Emperor's children don't really fuck. They just do drugs all day and like loud noises and murder. But you know, it's because like the hypno indoctrination stuff. It's like, I think even when you're a Chaos Space Marine, it's kind of hard to break out of that. Unless you were sort of made raw, like from like bile or whatever, but even then I don't know. But yeah, these guys are sort of made to be sort of like like more quickly painted ones. They're all sort of naked flesh. So I'm just doing this like I said, just kind of like a skin dry brush on top of the purple. The goal of these originally was to be pretty quick, and I'm gonna stick to that. This is also gonna kind of bring. Let me see all the. I also might use a smaller dry brush. I don't know. Like this guy's like nice and big, but there's I guess I could also just do like a big dry brush, and there's for like the little bits I just can't see, I can just go back in with a smaller one later. Albar Heavy Ogre Team. Oh, let's go. I've also, speaking about G-Dub specialist games, I've been doing pretty much, yeah. It's gonna be like a black goopy base, metal, you know, bruised flesh, gonna kind of dry brush over into it, and then do like a dark enamel wash and whatnot for all these. So that's sort of the plan I had going in. We'll see. Well, I imagine that'll work pretty well for like. There are like 18 of these guys, so I kind of did this with speed painting in mind, dry brushing and whatnot. So, but I was looking into Necromunda a little bit because like I don't know. I think Necromunda would be good. How you doing, Ace Node? How you doing? I mean, phone lagging nowadays? Nunda. How you doing? I found out recently that for the outcast gangs, you can just take a bounty hunter, and you can run them as you can take the bounty hunter and run them as your leader, and you just get like a bunch of other shit dudes. And I was like, There's a guy in Necromunda that is a Blood Angels is a Blood Angel Space Marine who he does not have functioning power armor, but he's got like a bolter and also like his combat knife and whatnot. And he goes around and sort of just, you know, like murders people for bounties and drinks their blood. And I was like, you know, I could totally do that. I could totally do that. And then like use the rest as like Caldor dudes and just have like kind of do what the book is talking about that I'm reading right now, where it's like, oh yeah, I can have a word bearer just leading a bunch of guys in the depths of Necromunda. I could use these guys for Grail, yeah. My probably what they're going to be used for the most is for my guardsmen and the Lost and the Damned. Like for instance, I also have this one. I forgot what the original gun was, but yeah, this is a big fuck off plasma gun, you know, as one does. So, because like in Lost and the Damned, you can get some guys with like a rocket launcher and a plasma gun. They're not great in that sub-faction. How you doing, Fuber? How you doing? My Wandering Morse is dry. These, some other guys are drying, so I'm just doing a very chunky dry brush on these guys for now. Like I said, I'll probably go back in with the other dry brush to be a bit more targeted, but I don't know how many I'm going to do with these or not. Yep. Wasn't night with the grenade. Hey, let's go. Prussians do seem pretty baller. Also, how you doing, Huggy? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? You're doing good, Fuber? Hell yeah, let's go. I'm doing pretty good myself. I'm working on today's backup project, which is like maybe if I do these in groups of 12, then I can just sort of use them as fodder in Turnip, which might also be because like the cult that you use them for is like, I love Turnip. The problem with a lot of the like the newer stuff in Turnip is like Turnip is a game that is constantly in flux because the a lot of times the guy who's making it's like, oh, I don't like this idea anymore, or I had like a cool idea for a thing. Great guy though, like the like very, very, very cool lad. But sometimes it's hard to tell like what is on the pipeline. Like this cult was kind of introduced at one point. I think he wants to go back to Swill this summer and kind of do some more stuff with it. I don't know. Maybe these guys will be real come the summer. I don't know. But I can always still use them generally as like regular ass Turnip dudes. It's not too bad. He does, yeah. He does. I'm pretty sure actually. Hold on. I'm gonna be honest, I so rarely aim as a sniper priest. I kind of forgot about that, but yeah, I think that should be fun. Now, a thing you can do. So, like, have you decided what sub-faction you want? Because not Prussians, fucking, oh my god, I cannot name names. The Papal States, they get access to a item that you can give to any dude that says whenever you fail a risky action, you don't. So you know what's a really cool thing you could do? You put it on your machine gun sniper. Well, machine guns also tricky on sniper priest too, because they don't have strong. So that way, it's like if you move at all, he's got +2 native, which I think should be more than fine, like 90% of the time. I currently in the campaign, my alchemist is really funny. So she's got +2 base. She uses a sniper rifle. She's got the perk that gives her +2 dice when she's higher than you. And I recently got the promotion that gives her another range die. She is insane. Like she basically will never miss a shot. I'm mostly just seeing whether I get the 2 6s to crit or not. That's a little trickier. My luck on getting multiple 6s is not as high as I would like. I wish it was higher. So okay, they roughly 3 hours of work for like 33 hours. Hey, that's pretty legit. Hell yeah. Hold on, what? Wait. Oh, but the thing. Back up though. Back up. What do you mean your mother's salt cave? Does your family own a salt cave? Like what is that? Is this like a Like, is this like a factory your family owns? What's happening here? I've never heard Mother Salt Cave in this context, so I'm searching for knowledge. Oh yeah, oh that's true. The grenade bonus is real spicy. Understandable. And all right, just 2 more dry brushing, and we'll go back to the bees or whatever. She's the manager of it. Oh, okay. I also like to so what I've done for my Papal States is I did Lieutenant Machine Armor with 2 auto pistols, and then giving my Sniper Priest an auto pistol and a regular pistol. That's fun. Realistically, probably he'd be better with the 2nd auto pistol and give my lieutenant like just like a sword or something, because he can still use the sword fine in melee. I don't know shit about salt caves apparently. Like break into the how small it is. Oh god, I feel ya. I've been there for like Malifaux goblins are kind of in that range. I don't think they're as bad as some people say, but they are very, very fragile. Are you using, assuming it's plastic, are you using plastic glue? Plastic glue is such a fucking game changer for small models. It'll fuck your shit up in the most positive way. Plastic glue is so good. Plastic glue is legitimately fucking excellent for it. There we go. Okay, there we go. So these guys got their first dry brush layer done. I think I'm going to use a smaller dry brush and get them taken care of. I'm not going to do... There's like a couple more that I could do that are on my desk, but I think I'm going to leave them be for right now. Are they getting nerfed? I keep hearing that new Antioch is like really strong in like a medicines now, but I also don't really keep up with Trench Crusade meta. It's not what I find fun. Okay, let me double check on this. I got this big brush. I'm just playing my Sultanate because that is what I'd be doing in this campaign. Got this. Oh, it's way too thick. Like I said, these guys are going to be pretty quick and dirty anyway. So like in Trench Crusade, not Trench Crusade, in Turnip, these guys will die very quickly. In 3rd edition 40k, these guys will die really quickly. So, you know, I don't mind making chaff guys like not the most detailed bullshit ever. They'll be fine. Oh, okay. That makes a bit more sense. Like I said, I just never heard, you know, the confidence of saying, yeah, I just work in my mom's salt cave. I've just never heard those exact words in that exact order before. That makes a lot of sense if it's a aromatherapy thing, though. How you doing, Shark Ray? How you doing? So the main guy, Morris, is done. I'm still working on his pets, but I'm also working on some of these guys for Turnip, which they're going to be just sort of just generic. They're for specifically one of the swill cults, but I'm just running them also as fodder a lot of times as well. Yippee! How you doing? Yeah, this guy's mostly flesh and metal, so I'm just kind of using that as an opportunity just to get some like quick dry brushing in. You know how it be. It's like these guys originally didn't have heads. I attached turnip heads to them with I believe PVA, not PVA. I think I did the fucking like baking soda trick, and then used a little bit of plastic putty to kind of like goop the head on. Actually, this might have been when I was still using Tamiya putty for that sort of thing. And these nerds are coming along nicely. I'll probably also need to rust up the metal later as well, but that's fine. Oh, these guys are fun. Because like it's funny, I was like, legitimately, I was like, you know, I'm going to probably finish Morris pretty early. Sometimes like I'll take a model that's like really, really close to being done and I'll still finish it on stream because I know if I don't finish it on stream, I just won't finish it. I know how my brain works. I know sometimes that I need to trick myself into finishing minis, which sounds weird, but like, it'd be like that sometimes. Really? Okay. Maybe I should go to a salt cave one of these days. Oh yeah, this is the one that's like stuck on. Just get like an itty bitty bit more paint. There we go. Yeah, I imagine the issue with the salt mine is less the like, I think that's probably less the salt and more like the dirt, I guess. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. I don't want my goo dried. My goo's all dried up, then what am I? I just turn into fucking like fruit by the foot. My goo calcifies and I just be cut into delicious candied sheets. Can also do one more dry brush with an even lighter layer, which maybe that's the play. This is already pretty light though, so I probably don't need it yet. Once again, these guys, I need to remind myself, these guys are chumps. They will explode. The League players, oh, you know, they have their own their little wing. But then again, you say that like League players would want to smell nice smelling things, so they might actually not be there. Oh, League of Legends. Not League of Legends though, but apparently the rumors that Suisei from Hololive is now in Fortnite, which feels weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, out of all the Holos, she kind of makes sense because she's sort of like internationally popular. It still feels weird that the first Holo in Fortnite isn't like Tokino Sora or something. I guess people who play Fortnite don't know who Sora is in terms of VTubers. I'm sure if Gura was still around, they would have put her ass in there. They can smell the salt. True, you're right. You do be correct. I know, pretty. Getting into the joints, and then don't worry. After this, we're going immediately back to the bees. Oh, the delicious bees. So many of these fuckers. But yeah, I don't know. But there is like, God, the fucking FOMO part of me is like, I should probably log into Fortnite and get Suisei while she's still on there. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, buddy? You don't even really play Fortnite, and when you play Fortnite, you play as RoboCop. You don't need to. I do not need to waste $20 on a thing that I don't care about. I'm just super weak to FOMO. That's really it. It's something that like I've identified in myself that I have to like watch out for because I am stupid weak to FOMO. It's super easy. It's super easy just for like a FOMO thing to get to me. Which is why I think like back in the day, Puzzles and Dragons fucked my shit up because that was like my first instance of like video game FOMO that I just wasn't prepared for. I was not prepared for that shit. But now I am. I'm well galvanized. I will not play gacha even if it's like, it's kind of funny because like every now and then like I just see new gacha characters that I assume they're from ZZZ, but maybe that new like, so there's like a pink-haired girl with like a fat dragon tail, which is pretty nice, but like I will never play her games, so I was like, oh okay, that's a design. There we go. All right, so these guys are dry. Well, there's a dry brush. They were dried anyway. Now let's work on some motherfucking bees. All right. Beautiful little lad. I get some black on my. Oh, go ahead, get some black. I'll add a little bit more. Now this is gonna be my worst. I have to do a straight line. That Dragondale do though. Based on the art, I've seen a lot. Shirtless man looking the wall. What do you do? He has spawned me. I cast magic missile at the darkness. I did a dragon maid gotcha? Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't surprise me too much either. Alright. B. Now the question is, how many do I want? So like if I just go, and this is Turnip, this guy does not need to be perfect. Be perfect. There we go. So that's like one little stripe. That doesn't look too bad. I could do another. Maybe two? One. I think one's the correct answer for these. It's fine though. Once again, like I said, these are basically like counters. So I'm not super worried if these come out like a little jank. Directed by Dick Wolf. Oh no. Are you telling me that an elf died in a cave next to a weird guy licking salt? That's right, Ice-T. Wow. Ice-T. What he's up to these days. My family used to watch so many like Law and Orders and CSIs and whatnot. That was on the family constantly. On the family TV back in the day. Buddy, let's go. Bum bum. Exactly. It's like that's just forever in my brain. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. See, I can touch these up a little bit. Like I said, this is never gonna be a mistake. I can get them pretty decent. That's that on the side, fine. This little bit could use maybe like another. Oh, the front could definitely use a bit more. Excellent. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh god, the one around the neck kind of fucked up. I think I need to wait for these to dry. I'm realizing that like the more I fuck with that, the worse it's gonna get. You are actually basically in a good spot. I think I need to do another layer on the brown. Because what I do for these guys is I do the eyes and the tongue to be glowing, and he doesn't really need that just yet. I've been using charred brown as my like color for dirt. It's been a while since I had a paint container this empty. Like it feels empty. Like it's when I'm squeezing it, it's like beginning to like kind of like fully collapse in. It's just like that missing of stuff of paint. So I never watched the episode. Oh, I don't think I've ever watched 2.5 Men. Like it's like I was talking about this on Almantis' stream a little bit after we raided last week. Like my family situation was really weird because we were a Family Guy and South Park household as opposed to like The Simpsons. And it's really weird because like Simpsons kind of like has like now that a lot of people who grew up with The Simpsons are older, they kind of got that like shared culture. Where it's like, oh, it's like they can make jokes at each other and like it's you know got all the episodes memorized and you know there was like the different eras and stuff like that. And like I used to watch a ton of South Park, but like I never really quite had that close of a connection to it. And like, could I watch all million billion Simpsons episodes? I could. There's really technically nothing stopping me, you know. Okay, that's good that the joint's not broken then. Also, Oni, you have yourself a good night and take it easy. Oh yeah, especially. That's daylight savings time fucking my shit up. I'm still not used to that. I've been so tired this week. I've been so fucking tired. It really is, yeah. It's like the longest running... I think it was like straight up like the longest running Western syndicated TV show or something like that. Oh, ooh, okay, so... Basically, the difference between plastic glue and like quote unquote regular glue. So, you know, super glue, it's, you know, you have two things. You put the glue in there, it glues, it dries. Effectively, that thing in the middle is holding the two things. Plastic, and the benefits of super glue is that you can use it on basically whatever. You can use it on wood, you can use it on plastic, metal, resin, whatever. Super glue, plastic glue specifically is not truly a glue. It basically will melt the plastic at the 2 points, and when that kind of rehardens, they sort of chemically weld into one thing. So if you're doing plastic minis, plastic glue is like, for better or for worse, it's a way more permanent bond. So like if you have like, especially like if you have like things that are plastic and really fragile, plastic glue will mean that like there's not like a break point, because you know when you use super glue to glue two things, there's a very like fragile point that could snap, and every time that breaks, it will just get more and more fragile as more and more kind of weak points are put in. Plastic glue will just kind of keep it as one chunk. Like, you know, if it's a fragile piece, it's still going to be fragile, and like, you know, you don't want to really break anything at the end of the day, but like, it does leave you with a lot more durable mini. I alternate between both because like, you know, I do like this guy's resin, the base is not plastic. But if I'm just like building a plastic kit, I will typically try to do plastic glue. That's true also too. Yeah, the baking soda. I've not tried ash, but I've definitely done the baking soda plus super glue like so much. Oh god, the super tiny. Yeah, that might still be just like yeah. I mean, you know, like you said, you're fine. It hasn't broken yet. You're being careful. That's very fucking tight. What is it though? Like what are you gluing that's that small? I believe you and everything. I'm curious. I'm curious because like that's like. Oh, 1 cm. Okay, that's a very different number. Still very tiny though. Still very tiny to be fair. I was like, holy shit, are you gluing like an antenna or something like that? These are drying again, and I can go back to these chuckle fucks just a little bit. Let's use my metal color and just get some metal on there. Start with you, and then this guy will be a good like figuring out point for these. Each one's got like a fuck off long cannon, a helmet, and just some like gears and shit. Luckily not like crazy complicated, and this is like one of those things where like if I leave some of the other colors on the metal, it's probably still fine. Look at you, lad. Look at you. That's what I'm talking about. It's like these guys were very like quick to paint up little project, and it's like little. It's got like little metal joints going all the way down. Also gotta clean up. I gotta clean up my brushes are like I can feel how fucked up my brushes are, and I hate it. I gotta leave some of this behind for like the flesh that's sort of taken over, but not like a crazy amount. But that's a flesh nubbin. That's a tube. It's funny because I've been meaning to get more fodder. So like, I don't know, Mantis. How you doing? How you doing? Like rip the brush tip? Probably. I have a lot of brushes that probably need to be chucked, but I'm too stubborn. I hold on to them. I'm not even doing that thing where you turn them into dry brushes and whatnot. Yeah, to be fair though, it's been a while since I put in a new order for brushes, and I'm probably due. How you doing? How you doing? The Wandering Morris for Turnip is, he's basically, I can grab him in a sec just to show what he looks like. I think it's just because like I wonder if that's I still think sometimes it's like legitimately like the household I grew up in thing. Where it's like, oh yeah, no, like, you know, you have to make everything last forever because you don't know when you're going to get another one. So it's like, okay. It's like, I've worn shoes, even for like ones that are meant for like outdoor, like yard work stuff, to the point where they're like, oh no, we got to put these shoes down. They no longer have the structural integrity to be shoes. Fleshy, and then he's got this like big metal box, which is this side. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I'm currently, this is my side project for today, which is a series of like horrible bio zombie freak turnip dudes, because I thought it'd be fun, and I was indeed right. Also, I can use them as my corrupted guardsmen for the Lost in the Dam. There we go. A little bit taller than Warhammer mini model. Okay. But what's the part? What are you gluing? What are you gluing? Like, what specifically are you gluing? Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm very curious. All right, there we go. Looking good. Oh, so I was like, did I drop like a bunch of color on him? It's like, no, he just naturally has like a big old gap in there. That's just, there's so many of them that like I have to like move back and forth between like where they're at. Oh yeah, also too, I did, so for like variety, I tried to flip some of them around so that they were like, I think one squad basically focuses one direction, the other squad goes the other direction, because these were the original minis were very monopose. I think they're supposed to be like, they're from Dustpunk Miniatures. I think the idea is that they're supposed to be sort of like servitor style dudes, where you'll have like maybe like a tech guy with like one or two of them, and of course I decided to do a whole bunch of them. God, yeah, I like, yeah, they're so common, and I don't know, it's weird that like coming from like a gotcha background that I'm like, yeah, I can't understand gambling. I think it's just because like for gotcha stuff at the very least, like it was, you know, I don't do it anymore, but like at the time it was like, yeah, you know, you just roll and you get funny bright lights and you get a character, and like maybe you won't get the character you want, but you'll get a character, and so, you know, wow. But growing up for like actual gaming, like you're gonna lose all your money. You're gonna lose all your money. You're gonna suck dick behind an Arby's. So it's like, I don't have to deal with, maybe people stop telling that to their kids. Maybe the Arby's dick sucking was no longer like put as an option for like when gambling goes too far, you know? Like, I don't even like the idea of going to Vegas. I mean, like, I'd go to Vegas for like shows and stuff, but the idea of going to Vegas to gamble sounds fucking awful. I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, same. It's like the idea that like I have money and then I just have no money. It's also where it's like it's no money with nothing to show for it. Like, I spent money on dumb things in my life. I am a VTuber. This will surprise no one. But like, at least the dumb thing remains at the end. At the end, the dumb thing is still there. But the idea just be like, yeah, no, all the money's gone. Also, you have nothing. Good day, sir. It's like, oh God, why? Yep. Go to Wall Street. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, I feel like technically you have a similar version of that through stuff like there are investment apps that kind of use the same incentive structure. It's like, hey, buddy, hey, listen. We got you covered for money. We know you're a big smart investor. You're ready to make the big money like in the big money movies. And just guess what? We're going to give you like $200 to start big money spending. Wow. Mind you, you have to spend like a bunch of money in like fees and stuff like that. And you have to do like X amount of trades to get your money. But hey, look, wow, we're giving you money. You're big smart brain investor boy. You're going to get so much money that this money you're spending now is not even going to be a big deal. Like, it's still not that different in a weird way. Like, I understand that investing can be like a whole thing where it's like you leverage your knowledge and whatnot to kind of make money. And that's like, you know, that is also kind of a job for certain people. I do get that, but also like that same like predatory thing that goes into gambling apps absolutely is also used for like investment stuff these days. It's just trying to sell people a dream at the cost of like their entire lives, and it fucking sucks. It really fucking sucks. Yeah, Cannon Man. Nervous for when you want to get that taste Arby's. I used to go to bat for Arby's a lot more, but like, I don't know. I still have like good memories of Arby's. It's hard for me to say they suck. I would much rather eat Arby's than fucking Burger King. That's for damn sure. Arby's has not reached that low. You could definitely say they're like overpriced and shit, but you could do a lot worse than Arby's. Become big money hustles. Oh no. I have not seen that. I also just have not watched any like TV sort of dealio equivalent in a hot minute. I would not be surprised though. There's like similar, I've seen other similar things. It's also like weird shit. Apparently there's like this like crypto investment company thing that has been buying up like old game sites. Like these like old, like, you know, I understand that like video games journalism has not been good in a while, but like they would take all these places that sort of used to be the pillars of like online video game journalism or whatever, and pretty much just like core them out. And like they'd keep people on. They used to keep people on for a while to write like, you know, articles to make it look more legit, but they'd also have stuff for like gambling and whatnot, like crypto casinos in particular, which is like, oh God, that's so many levels of wasting your money. It's kind of impressive, you know? good burgers are. No, Burger King's chicken fries are pretty legit. I do like the chicken fries, but I've been disappointed by various Burger Kings. And also every Burger King near me is basically turned into a crack den, and I don't know when that happened, but whatever. But anyway. Yeah, it's I think also that kind of stuff too, it's like when you can convert investing into like a form of online gambling, and it's like it's a lot more legit too. Like, you know, if you're like, yo, I'm sports betting, your family might try to stop you, but if you're like, you know, I've been getting into investing lately, they're like, oh, look at you being smart with your money. You're not spending it on those like V-Bucks and whatnot. We're so proud of you. And then you find out that like what they're actually, you know, like wasting money on meme coins or whatever the fuck. It says a mountain of meat on the menu. I mean, the general, like, you know, every fast food restaurant has just declined in quality over the years. You know, it's like shrinkflation, the like worst quality oils and stuff, you know. Arby's used to, I think, be a lot better. Also, I do think the inherent joy of Arby's, like, I think Arby's was always going to be better until you find out how the roast beef is made. I can handle it. Like, finding out about the slurry that becomes the roast beef, I'm not bothered by it, but that does remove the magic. Like, it's like for me, it's a lot, like, you know, like when you find out about Christmas, like, you'll still get presents later, but the magic is gone. The magic no longer remains. Yeah, exactly. It's like so many breakpoints of like shit trying just to like suck money out of your wallet. It's like, yeah. Spend money and like gas fees in order to get money that's worse than regular money. But you can take your worse than regular money and go to a casino. So the sad thing is, because crypto is kind of easier to get around than like US money, there are people straight up that will just invest in crypto, not because they were hoping to make big returns, but because they like gambling enough. There are people that are like, yeah, I could, like, there are people out there who are like, you know, they have no idea what a Bitcoin is, but they will easily learn to buy a Bitcoin or however many chunks of a Bitcoin, whatever you buy typically, because it lets you gamble. Here's my thought on White Castle. Objectively, I don't think White Castle has ever been good, but White Castle for me is in that same category as Taco Bell, where it's like sometimes your body there's not like a White Castle near me, like at all. And I have been fiending for White Castle for like 3 years now. There's some part of my brain that's like, how you need the soggy floppy little burgers. You need like 10 soggy floppy shitty little burgers. You need them like real bad. All right, I'll do one more of, you know, I'll do this one, and then I'll go back to the other ones. You know, the goal of this stream was not necessarily to fully base coat this motherfucker, but it is turning into that. It's because it just be like that sometimes. Yeah, challenge me to a duel at my local White Castle. It doesn't exist. You will never find me. Oh, this guy. Okay. Normally, when it comes to the tubes on these, I was planning on painting them metal, but this is the plasma one, so I have to make the tubes glow. I think it's mandatory that I make the tubes on this motherfucker glow. Look at you, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. I know it's Spitfire Mini. I do actually. Technically so I don't really use it for metallics, but for all my other paints, I do use a wet palette. I use a very basic Army Painter wet palette, just because, like, you know, it works, and my local game store sells refills, so. Okay, my game store used to sell refills. They stopped at some point. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, no, the Army Painter ones have been generally good to me. I've heard the Redgrass Games has also got like a really good one. I have not super looked into it for comparison purposes. But yeah, getting a wet palette, I think, is like a really good, like, easy level up step in being a painter. No, I use mediums too. So I got like a 2. I'll use water to thin out my paint. Sometimes I'll also do I have a little dropper bottle of a little dropper bottle of a just like matte medium, and I also got a thing of this like Joe Sonia's magic mix, which is just like it just thickens and slows paint. Yeah, you can get. I mean, you could definitely like build your own. I used to do that, and it was just kind of a pain. Like I was fully willing to pay for convenience on those. I was it's like the wet palette, like, yeah, it really is. Like, mind you, I was a broke college student, so at the time it made a lot of sense to try to DIY my own. Because basically most wet palettes are a sponge, a container, and then some basically form of like parchment paper that actually you do the like your paints rest on. Now, all of those things you can find in your average kitchen. And you can do it with Tupperware. It's going to suck. Everything's going to curl. It's not going to be great, but you can. And I've done that, and it did last like an okay amount of time. You can then buy really cheap ones on Amazon that have like a pre-built body, but you still generally will have to like make your own refills. Or just do what I do and just get like one of the army painter ones, and then like every like couple of like I use 2 a week, and like every couple of months I will go and just order a new pack, and it's fine, and it comes with a sponge and everything. It's just very convenient. It's just very, 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 very convenient. Layer on the. Okay, so these bees are not going to be particularly fancy, and that's fine. They exist primarily as counters. Yeah, that would probably do it. I've not tried crinkling parchment paper, but I've only really used parchment paper for cookies these days, so it might. Like I said, I've not tried it, and like also too, like I would say make a DIY one if you're like on the fence. But I still think it's super worth it. I think it's still fucking worth it. Just like buying a pre-built. Buy a pre-built. It'll save you so much time. Flesh colored helmet. Oh, these aren't Space Marines. These are like more like guard guys. Now other helmets are going to be just like metal. But that's a bad example. Yeah, you really don't want it crinkled. Also, pro tip: if you live in an area with lots of mold, so. This could very much be like an old wives' tale sort of thing, but I was told ages ago to put in some copper pennies. I guess now that pennies are extinct, you might have to dig a little bit. But yeah, I have like 4 pennies in my wet palette, and I've been using the same pennies for years. And my wet palette has never molded. Like I said, could very well be just like old wives' tale, but it's working. It's fine. I have not gotten mold. Did I have a server-shaped tripod? Oh god, I forget G-Dubs has shit like that where it's like out of all the dumb stuff, like that stuff is kind of fun. Like a friend of mine has that. Like I don't think you can get this anymore outside of like getting hella scalped on eBay. But you guys remember there's like a servo skull measuring tape? Oh, that guy. Oh, that's the famous Thin Your Paints guy. Yeah, somebody basically back in the day tried to paint a Space Marine face on a Space Marine helmet. Oh, I totally forgot I had that up there. I had totally blanked on having the famous image of good old Thin Your Paints Marine on my screen. I totally forgot. Yeah, just copper wire from your neighbor's house will also Honest Abe will beat the ever-loving fuck out of your mold. Such is his way. I feel like some of these I'm probably missing more metal than the others, but that's fine. Once again, too, these are also really going to be for that like group effect when they're all together, whatnot. This is the Wrestling Hall of Fame, indeed. Because apparently he was just like a real big fucker and just like he was like a beast at wrestling, which hell yeah. I'm glad he got put into the Hall of Fame for that. I mean, he's done a lot of things, but I think as a president, getting like a fun one in the mix is also pretty neat. You're like, like Civil War and whatnot, pretty cool. But also the Wrestling Hall of Fame is just like a little treat, a little treat. Oh, my balls for 3rd edition. Yeah, you caught me. Tim John Ultramarine. But yeah, a friend of mine has the, like, I think the Servo Skull wet palette is kind of whatever. The measuring tape is fun though. The measuring tape one is really, really fun because I do see him bust that out when we play games. I'm like, oh, this looks cool. They stopped selling them like a million years ago, so I definitely could never get one. I mean, I think people probably make their own like Etsy versions or whatever. Or there's probably some STLs for one out there. I don't need it like that badly, but it'd be kind of nice. Probably neat to have. So luckily, once I get this metal part, then it's a matter of painting black onto the base and then varnishing and then probably doing the enamel wash and then maybe some touch-ups. Like I said, probably no real touch-ups on there. I do want their bases to be slick. I basically want them to be running on oil because these guys are made sort of like my interpretation of the older version of Swill, which is a turnip setting that is now kind of like Victorian London with more like fish markets and smoking. But originally it was more kind of like underground tank hell, where you go to hell in order to get a tank, which I thought was rad as shit. Oh, that's real. Oh shit, that's kind of like doing like a Twisted Bayonet thing. Not Twisted Bayonet. Silver Bayonet, my bad. I think Twisted Bayonet is a mod that people have made for Silver Bayonet for Turnip. Would I consider doing that? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I haven't thought about it, really. Like, if I could, I mean, I'd have to be on like a Primaris Marine or something. I don't know. I think my problem with that is like, I'm too aware. It's for me, the Thin Your Paints Marine guy is in that same spot as like, called like bad movies, like bad B movies. Like the movie night movies I like showing, where it's like, the guy had a very specific thing going on in the brain. Because once again, let me get this guy painted a little bit, and I'll show for people who missed out on the earlier discussion. Because there's another example from the sort of like Thin Your Paints like galleries. And like the other one makes sense. The guy was clearly trying and like, maybe didn't have the right paints, didn't really have the right instruction. There was an attempt there. Like whoever was doing that was like, had an idea. And like just the execution was a little raw. Maybe even with practice, that person could like eventually kind of like, or even maybe they've continued to painting and they're just like a great painter now and we'll just never know because their original mini kind of looked like whatever. Little bits on there. So there we go. It's hard to like. So here's the thing, like, could I paint a bad model? Yeah, absolutely I could. But like, it would lack the pizzazz. It would lack the magic and mystery of this fuck. Mind you, this is from the whole set. I'm just showing one for right now, for comparison. And this is the other one I showed that's sort of like, it's put in like the 1d6 14 archives of like Thin Your Paints, and like, I don't disagree. Like, it's got the big goofy googly eyes and whatnot, and the paints are very thick. And like the base could definitely use a lot of work. But like, there was an attempt at doing dotted eyes and like, text on the parchment. The idea was there. They from first principles have started to get the shit done. And with more practice, I believe, or like I said, maybe if they're using enamels for that, maybe a proper acrylic set would do well. And if that is a proper acrylic set, just getting a little bit more used to them would do them very well. But they're basically there. They're on the right path, and I hope that person continued painting and whatnot, because I think they would have a fun time. And my first mini isn't particularly great. I don't have a good record of it because I stripped the paint from it and like I had something stuck in my tooth for a sec. Like, oh my god. And I ended up stripping the paint from it, so I can't really show it in person anymore. That's why I showed the Magnus one, which I can't show Magnus because he's been packed. I packed the lad. I packed the mini that I'd like. This is what I was like when I first started, and you know I've gotten a lot better since then. He's been packed. Well, he's okay. His packing. He's not actually been like. He's in an open-topped box. I've been getting a couple more of those really useful boxes and magnetizing like. Previously, I would magnetize minis that I'm like going to take to the shop. Now I've been just doing that with like some of the miscellaneous ones around my house because it's just they will not. I don't think a loose mini can survive a move very well. So my thought process for this is like if I can get them in a container that they can be like magnetized to and just kind of like locked in, I think that'll do the trick. Like I think that'll let them get there safely. I'm sure bits are gonna snap off. I 100% guarantee it. I know that's gonna be real. I hope it doesn't happen. I would love to be proven wrong, but you know, hope only goes so far. Fighting the hex, awesome, fucking rad. I forget, is Wild West Exodus that a minis game or a RPG? The name sounds very, very familiar, but it's like there's like that and like Deadlands and like. Okay, Eldorado is not quite the same, but it's got like kind of close idea-ish. Trying to remember where I heard that before. Yeah, that was kind of my thought too, that like I'll probably put some foam around there. I don't really have any of my old battle foam actually. Do I? No, I think I threw out. I used to keep a couple of my old battle foam containers, not for minis, but so I could rip foam out of it. For using crafting, and I think unfortunately ages ago I think I threw that away because I was like I'm not using this for anything legit. I don't need this for like anything legit. Ah, skirmish game. Okay, it's like I definitely know the name. I definitely know the name. Death Guard models in a box enclosed. No. Like. If it's to keep it protected, sure. I legitimately think that there is a type of catharsis and like, I think it's good for the mental to look at your very first painted mini and be like, yo, I've grown so much from this, but like, I'm proud of what you were at the time, little buddy. Like okay, so like I have one that I can show. This is not like my finest work, but this is a mini I painted when I got back into VTubing, like when I was VTubing and doing like really early painting stuff. Get a little bit of paint on. I'll grab the dude. I think I still got him available for quick grabbing. Hold on, Chotomate. Still around. Be able to grab them actually. Shame. I could, if we want to later, I could grab some from my Instagram, some of my older ones. How you doing, Purity? How you doing? 500 layers of paint will be not finished. No. Honestly, finish a mini. It's not gonna like, especially if it's one of your early ones. It's not gonna be great. Take a nice photo. You can always strip the paint from them too. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Flip this around. Work on your minis. You have inherited a backlog. You cannot wait. Oh, you're fine. How you doing? Gabe Custer and Theodore Roosevelt right? That does sound very like that sounds like very like Dr. McNinja in a way that does kind of make me pretty happy. Local cat ? Turns to dust. But yeah, there we go. How you doing, Thunder Crusher? How you doing? But yeah, I don't, it's like, especially because like I do think the earliest minis are very hard, not because of any technique thing, but because, you know, everybody's brains are wired for perfection, and that's not anyone's fault, you know. There's hobbies I've dropped, like, why am I not good at digital art? I've only drawn like 3 times. But you know, you gotta get those practice steps in. Minis is tricky though, because like if you fuck up, you're like, oh god, I wasted money, and it's like, yeah, you can strip paint. It's not that big of a deal. Paint removal is easy. Also, you're probably going to paint more minis. If you paint more minis, you'll paint better minis. It'll be fine. No. Bring him out. Let him play on the table. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun to play with your older minis. I think your lad's gonna be better than you think. Too real indeed. That's because like I mean this is a type of brainworms I've had to deal with too. So this is me passing on my sagely advice because like I've been there. It fucking sucks, but I've been there. Sometimes you do just gotta get over it. All right, here are my little bees. Love my little bees. I got like oh there we go. We have a very light blue that I can use for the wings. Yeah, that does sound like a Teddy thing. So wait, so like so are they all like? Is there just like an America faction, or it almost sounds like you're like, all right, you have the presidents are a faction, then you probably got like everyone else. You got other factions. My paints are clogged today, guys. It sucks. Wait, maybe that's enough. That was enough. Let's go. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, if you're speaking about fun stuff, how old is this paint? I'm pretty sure this is one of the paints I picked up back, like... No, I think this is slightly newer. Slightly newer. Oh, these are actually our official turnip models. There is a pack of pets, which is what so the pack of pets includes these three, and these nerds. I don't know if that has a lamprey, but I decided to use this guy for funds. But yeah, there's like an assorted pet pack that also has like a big dog. There's the ox that you can use to move around stump guns. I do like in this cult you can just say, hey, stump guns, those models that are really cool, but they kind of suck because they can't hold any locations. You can just scoot one of them onto an objective so that your opponents are now forced to engage with your stump gun. It's really fun. I have not got to try it myself yet, but I'm really excited to. It's also straight. Oh, I would play the grays. I love little gray men. I love the stereotypical like very like alieny alien. I basically just said like buffalo, but you know what I mean, right? Like, out of all the, I love those, and I also love Valiant Thor. I love Valiant Thor as like that type of alien that is just like a very strange, like just like blonde dude. You're like, what are you? I'm an alien from Venus, and you're like, why do you just look like a blonde dude? Such is the way of Venus. Whoa. The congressman fodder. Hey, let's go. Let me Google that for later. I don't think I'll get into it as a full game, but I would just like to see what they're like, Maybe it's one of those, it's like just get a couple minis, run it as a what's it called? Like a little board game. Oh, there's also another. So there's a guy named Mangling Minis who's like done a lot of Instagram stuff that I've been following for a while. And a friend of mine was like, hey, did you know he had like a Discord where he's testing out his game? His game is called Malignant Flesh, and I'm like, wow. Are you surprised that I was a little curious about it? But I actually really like the one of those sort of main conceits of the game. Let's see, also, I'm gonna go to my Instagram real quick and grab like a really old mini, really old mini of mine just to kind of show you what I'm working with. But anyway, in that game, so I'm gonna butcher the fuck out of every pronunciation of this, but like, so you know how like Cook Lane has his like warp spasm thing where just like he goes so berserker mode, his body kind of just turns. It kind of just turns into like weird flailing mush. The game is built around that idea. Or it's like you have like a group of like 3 to 5 guys, but you also have warp spasm versions of all those. And during the game, if you like miss attacks, you'll generate like boon tokens, and then you can spin boon tokens to transform your guy into like the warp spasm version, which is really, really cool. Ah, there we go. This is a rat from October 9th, 2020. Actually, I lied. There's 2 rats from October 9th, 2020. This is during very, very early Skaven Timber. Like these are old minis I painted. And like I have not hit every single one of these minis with a hammer. Because I think it's nice. I think the inherent growth is nice. Don't be ashamed of your older stuff. Look at these rats. They are very basic as shit. They are one coat with an Agrax Earthshade, and then maybe a bit of like a rust effect, maybe. Back when I used to paint rats, indeed. What did I used to do? I used to paint rats. Yippee! Wahoo! 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 There we go. Yeah, I decided not to put them on flying bases because I just couldn't be fucked. I was like, yeah, they'll chill on the ground. They'll be fine. It'll be fine. They can just chill on the ground. It's a Confederate Army, Mexico, and Immortal Conquistadors. I do really like when they make fantasy conquistadors. The coolest thing about Ixalan still is the fucking vampire conquistadors. Like, I think Wizards was like, hey, how about, these people got dinosaurs. Woo, wow. Hey, check this out. There's merfolk. What do the merfolk got going on? Legs. Whoa. Like, okay. What about these guys? Vampire conquistadors with Catholic guilt about blood. And you're like, okay, you got me. Are you sure you don't like the mermaids? Whoa, how about pirates? What do they got going on? Pirates! Yeah, but like, what's their... Pirates! Okay, Wizards, sure. Don't care. Like reactor juice tomato. Oh, fuck. Oh, so they're... Ooh, okay. I'll have to look at that later. I'll have to look at these later. Yeah, they're like the pirates. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's like I might be like misrepresenting them a little bit. I don't think they got a lot going on. Mermaids with legs, just soggy women. There's also dudes with legs. So there's soggy dudes. A monkey. Oh yeah, in Ixalan, all the goblins are like monkey goblins. Like, but there's also like a pirate that just has a monkey. But like, yeah. Pirates are known for having monkeys. Yeah, this is not particularly wild. I don't know. Ixalan, outside of that, really didn't. Then they added like a Hollow Earth plot, which was kind of neat for the second one, but also like nothing seemed really particularly crazy about that, other than the fact that there was like a vampire demon that made a demon that made the vampires into vampires, which is kind of cool. I don't know. Conquistador vampires fuck super hard. Set them aside. I think what happened there. Sorry, I'm just thinking of the Super Mario Bros. Movie because I saw that. I just like monkey. Like I'm just thinking about that instead. Fucking it still blows my mind that how much I like the Super Mario Bros. Movie. It's just so like. For context, this like the old one with like the live action one, I was told it was like, like the most terrible movie ever. Like it's an abomination. I was like, well, I've seen a lot of abominations. I'll take a crack at it. It's like a weird dino, like cyberpunk movie. And that kind of fucks super hard. It's like, once again, it's like if you're wanting like Bing Bing Wahoo Mario movie, it's bad, and I can understand why general audiences didn't like it. But like they had like the underground like electric cars and all the weird like de-evolution beam stuff. I like the fact that like something that like I actually legitimately don't know how they did this. How do you make a Mario movie without Peach? They did that. And I kind of just like that Mario in the movie was like, yeah, this is my girlfriend. Regular Italian woman. And like I was kind of like, this is fun. Also for extra context, we watched the cut version, which is like pretty much try to restore like some cut footage and stuff like that. It wasn't like the craziest thing ever, though. They did cut out Mario kissing his girlfriend goodnight and some other weird shit. like weird shit in the context of like, why would you cut this? I guess you don't want people to think that Mario can fuck, but yeah, it was just like a big budget, strange movie. I remember one of you guys was like, yeah, they didn't really want to make a Mario movie. They wanted to make this like weird cyberpunk thing, and they were just given Mario, and they're like, okay, sure. And I enjoy that greatly. What a fantastic piece of nonsense that was. Corpses. Okay. Magic by space. I'm gonna be honest, I really, really, really like how. So when you said Wild West Exodus, I was like, okay, probably very typical Weird West. I'm kind of enjoying how much aliens are coming up in this. Like, it was like you're like, okay, yeah, there's Watchers, and like, they're grays. Like, yeah, that sometimes settings will just sprinkle in a couple grays for flavor, but it's like, oh no. Yes. In the movie, Daisy is like the kind of like plucky nerd female sidekick for a while, and like the love interest of Luigi, because in that movie, Luigi is like kind of a well-meaning himbo, if I'm gonna be honest. Like Mario's like the wizened, like, hey, I'm trying to keep this business together. I'm a plumber, and then Luigi's like, oh Mario, I like this girl. I was like, fucking get in there, buddy. And he doesn't say fucking, it's still, But it's fun. Like, Mario has never been more Italian than in that movie. And I'm even counting Captain Lou played Mario. That's the most Italian Mario has ever been. And it's great. It's excellent. Once again, you have to have a diseased brain like ours to enjoy that. But, like, I don't care. It was neat. It was neat. Guys are almost dry brush. I wonder if I should just do the metal on these guys and just enamel wash. Because I think the tricky thing with enamel washes is I basically got to do these guys one at a time, and that's going to take a bit. So maybe doing 18 is not necessarily the play, but doing 12 is fine, I also have a couple of guys, I'm so torn because on one hand, I could pack my airbrush. I have a couple of minis that I need to do, but I could pack my airbrush. But I also know that like as soon as I do, I'm gonna want it. I mean, she's like smart and is sort of cares about the environment because like this, like it's like the marriage. Basically, they're like doing some like drill and shit they really shouldn't. She's also, in the context of that, Daisy is the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom because her dad got turned into like an actual goddamn mushroom, and I don't mean like a little like happy Bing Bing Wahoo mushroom. I mean like Bowser in that movie de-evolved him into a fucking like spore colony, like a slime, like not spore, like a slime mold. That still was like sapient enough to help them out by giving them like bob-ombs and whatnot. 3 alien factions. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, I love me some. I like that it's like ancient. Oh, there's a bug trying to get into my paint. And I'm gonna end its life. Go, man. Like I like me some ancient aliens, but not like okay, no, that's not true. I like ancient aliens as like a concept for like a fantasy thing. I think that as like a thing that people believe in, which I'm pretty sure it's just, I can't even imagine even the people who do the show believe in that shit. But like, I think it's really, really, really fun for like, yeah, fucking ancient aliens in like a fantasy setting is really neat. I love that shit. I love that shit so much. Go, you are dry brush. There we go. All right, let's go back to the lads. And I don't think, like I said, I don't think I'm going to use enamels on them. I'm going to cheat a little bit and use Old Faithful Agraxos shade just because I've been trying that out with the other ones just to kind of see, like, if I want to do something quick, if I want to do like a real quick wash, that's probably the way to go. Really good. There we go. Let this brush. I don't want to fuck up like a, once again, washes fuck up brushes because, you know, you don't want to get anything back to here in the brush. And washes are sort of inherently by like kind of calipari, anyway, they flow easily into there. No, I know how it's spelled. I cannot pronounce it to save my life right now. Calipari action. I'm gonna go with that for now. I'm gonna need a lot more of this though. I think I could just kind of go like, I'm gonna just put that in here. Capillary. Thank you. God damn. Why can I not pronounce that? That looks pretty good. I might need to do some extra dirt around the sides, but I think it's gonna get me there. Well, no, I don't think it's a confusion thing. I think it's a deliberate choice. Because here's the thing. They made Mario the kind of the older, wiser plumber, and they made Luigi like the younger, hot dude. Like I said, in that Mario movie, they made Luigi the well-meaning himbo. Now, like Mario as like an old Italian guy getting a love plot, like a romance plot, would be kind of weird, especially because they wanted a younger actress for, you know, the lead. So in that case, it made more sense. Like, well, we can't have Peach in there because it would be really weird if Luigi dated Peach. So we'll just make her Daisy instead. Like, I don't think that was an accident. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? I'm getting a little bit of wash on these lads. Just because it'd be easier that way. But yeah, no, I think it was very much like I don't even think it's a bad decision. It's just very strange because, like, you know, inherently you're like, why is Peach not in the Mario movie? But like, if you kind of think it through like that, you're like, oh, yeah, okay, that's an understandable choice. Now, mind you, did the Mario movie need a romance subplot? Probably not. But also, like, if you were writing a different movie and you were kind of told to make it a Mario movie, or like, you know, that could also be like a studio mandate. They're like, hey, it's me, John Studio. You know, I sound the exact same as a Mario did earlier. Listen. Dim broads, right? They really like it when they kiss in the movie. But now we can't have Mario kissing. That would not be kosher, right? So what we're going to do? We're gonna have Luigi kiss Daisy, right? Yeah. Now you'd be like, hey, where's Peach in the Mario movie? We gotta cut her out. I'm sorry. You know, I have to imagine the exchange went like something like that. Maybe not like 1-to-1, but like pretty close. In the general ballpark. Also, I'm gonna try to like do similar like spongy pattern techniques to kind of remove a little bit of extra. It's like you could still kind of do like the reductive technique thing on these. Well, these sponges are maybe a little stronger than I would particularly like. It's just that like there. It's just that the dry time is a lot quicker. I could probably even like hit these with a blow dryer a little bit if I really want to. There we go. And let's get some on this bad boy. I also still need to double check I think Pro Acryl has some washes. I don't know. Maybe I might try some of the Army Painter washes too, just to see how. Like, I don't need like the fucking like strong tone because I think that stuff might be like too much. I could be wrong though. Maybe I just never gotten like a nice little dropper bottle of strong tone that I could like properly thin out. Or maybe it's also possible that maybe they got some of the new speed paints that are just good. Like I think I have some of their brown speed paints, but like maybe getting 1 or 2 so I could do like the Richard Gray style of like mixing a speed paint with like a little bit of a medium and then just kind of going through and dealing with it. So just try. This is almost like I almost get like better control doing it this way than I do with the other sponge. Maybe those itty bitty makeup sponges are just really fucking stupid powerful. Got in Portugal. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah. Noise. Always fun. It's always fun to get like the amount of people that like can like find your maze. You're like, oh shit, hell yeah, let's go. I'm getting levels ups I did not think was possible. You Amy decrusties once again. They're fine. They're fine. And hey, there we go. Let them dry a little bit. So now, I think what I might do now is get some enamels, but for these lads. Let's see. There we go. Grab you. Ugh. Big old fucking blob of dudes. I might just want to grab like a couple because I'm going to be doing a lot in a row. Get a big old fucking chunk. Go. Tesla defected from the Enlightened to give to Union. Hey, let's go. I mean, it's like I feel like in all I keep forgetting that I got one. Like I feel like it's not an alt history setting unless Tesla gets involved. Like he's such like a staple for those. It just feels right. Like I think at one point it's like, oh god, Tesla and another thing. Okay, people. But like I've looped around now where I'm like, oh, it's Tesla. Can't have an alt history without him. So yeah, how you doing, Chieftain? How you doing? Oh yeah, I don't think I showed everyone Morris yet. Now that he's like properly driven. So here was Wandering Morris, the man, the myth, the legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Right now, I actually got his maggot to like basically like clip my my gloved hand directly into the table. We good though. Yeah, you gotta give him a mech. You gotta. But now what I'm doing is I'm taking these chuckle fucks, and I want to try. Let me zoom into it because these guys are kind of on the smaller side. I want to give them like a quick enamel wash to kind of like tone things down and kind of unify the colors on everything. Oh, this guy might wait actually. Okay, I'll do. I'm realizing that guy wanted to do some additional color. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I might have goofed. I think I done goofed. Let me get him a little bit metally. Then that way I'll have like 12 regular guys ready to go. Because the other one is like, I might need to like think on colors and stuff. And instead, if I just use this and then probably seal a couple things so I don't just accidentally knock my shit off. There we go. Yeah. Like, hey, I do still paint rats. I paint rats at a decent rate. I think it's been a while since I've shown like a completed one though. Like I still got those Mordheim rats, but like I don't know, like I keep looking at them and there's like something missing. Like I think when I initially did them, I think I removed too much of like some of their highlight layer stuffs. And overall I'm just like they don't feel finished. So I'm probably going to eventually go back and try to like touch those up and then maybe like I think I just need to drag them back here. Because like, once again, I know that like on my, like, it's like, I do some painting off stream, but I do very, very, very much have like object permanent issues with my projects. If I take a project and I like put it in like a shelf or put them in like another room, that shit's gone. It has fallen out of my brain. I don't know. I will not consider that thing at all. Which is unfortunate because, you know, sometimes putting things in shelves is a good way for storage. Or like I have the, oh yeah, I still got like the Talk with Homunculus guy that I was working on stream, but I needed to take him to the shop because I needed him for a Trench Crusade game. He's still not done yet. Yes, that guy can dry for a bit. rinse out this. All right, now we can properly enamel. Now we can properly enamel. But yeah, I think I might have to check out this game. Like once again, like is it like, does it still have an active user base? Like, is this one of those like dead war games that like doesn't get like talked about very often outside of just people remembering it fondly, or is it like still like, mind you, not that like a dead war game would stop me from looking into it, you know? There's all kinds of like dead and dying games. I'm almost like, ooh, neat. I mean, I play versions of 40K that are like straight up like 20 years old. How old is 3rd edition? It's gotta be like 20 years old at this point. 3 drops into there. And luckily, these motherfuckers are very, very compact, so I can just do... I can just get like a couple drops. The base I'm probably going to do entirely... I think the base is going to become like entirely black and like oily, so I don't think I'm really going to put much wash into it, which is good because I think I waste a lot of my mineral stuff on there. Oh shit, fuck. This is, well, no, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, I mean, that's not, I finally got enough, that's not wrong. Like, kind of like from what is like Mordheim, I think X-Wing is doing pretty good now that it's been sort of like taken care of. Did not varnish these. Probably more going to do more like pats, like pat or maybe like something like that. Because if I go, I think with this, if I go too aggressive, I'm going to remove the like the dry brush color though. For the most part, it's still very purple. I think that was just going to kind of happen anyway. If I need to go over them with like another layer later, I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. I kind of wanted these guys to kind of look weird and bruised anyway, to a certain degree, so. All right, first model, not too bad. Let's do the second one. Could also try to varnish them real quick, though. That's probably the play. All right, I'm gonna take a really quick break and try to varnish these fuckers really fast. It shouldn't take too long. It shouldn't take too long. BRB. Wow, there we go. I'm back. Let me get this big enamel-y smelly thing off to the side. That's gross. Like this. I mean, I know why you're like this, but why are you nerds like this? Let's go back to the... Let's set this like right. Setting things that'll be easy to grab back. And wow! Welcome back, everybody. The lads have been varnished. Also, like, I remember I probably should be doing that more when I break, running that like stupid ad thing, so that way you guys don't get ad blasted on the regs. I should probably be doing that more, so I'll try to do that more when I'm, no, I don't want to interrupt stream time though. That's the tricky thing. All right, so we got these, and let's see what. Oh yeah, I know what I can do. Let's zoom in a little bit. So bees are looking appropriately bee-ish. Nothing super crazy there. These guys are already basically done. He just needs his little glow bullshit, and for that glow bullshit, I need to add a little bit of whites. Nothing super crazy. I could do the yellow glow effect. There we go. Bees. Yeah, how are you doing, CEO? Yeah, these are bees. This is for So specifically, this is for the cult with Wandering Morris, which is this dude. The guy. And he leads a gaggle of Vtubers, specifically like weirdo little pets, including bees, which are just big chilling on their bases. Nothing super crazy there. Well, let me get his like little. Because I'm doing this for all my kind of like Gene Stealer, Tyrannid stuff. Bit of whites in the eyes. Whites in the eyes. Like a little bit of white there, and I'll go back with the glow. So let's go. How you doing, Nivra? How you doing? I'm painting totally normal models like this guy and this weird tooth. How you doing? Also, this weird pie. This is for Turnip28. Like, I don't want him to get caught in any, like, splashback or everything, but, these are all, like, little follower units of this dude. He's doing pretty legit. His magnets are also weirdly strong. I don't know why. Dude Supreme's very good. He's a very, very, very legit lad. I've also got some other, like, body horror abominations, but their matte varnish is drying. They'll probably be done pretty soon, so I think... Go ahead and get some rims on there. That'll take a bit to dry. Oh yeah, I'm doing Turnip today. And I might be doing more like, I'm either, depending on the state of whether I get my Chaos Sorcerer Lord on Chimera done, or if I decide to go for my Blight Kings. Really, both of them are valid options. It's more like, what do I decide to paint, like build this weekend, really? Like, what do I decide to build? Also, shit, Marfin, how you doing? I think you came in when I was priming some guys. Yeah, I know Slay Aspires. Like, I don't have the time to get too lost in its sauce, but like the little bit of the sauce I've consumed, pretty good. I just got the Regent, and I have not looked into how he plays, but I'm big excited. Seems neat. Just like there's a couple games on the docket I want to play. Also been seeing like a couple of friends I have who are really into that Poketopia game, and like it's only been out for like a couple of days, and people have already done like I don't know if any of you have gotten to see people who are like really into Animal Crossing, specifically like the newest one. Like, you could have, like, a pretty customizable, like, house in the earlier games, but, like, it was kind of limited to your house, and, like, you could kind of, like, you could slightly tweak how the village was, but, like, in that last one with terraforming and whatnot, you're like, oh, yes, I've created this incredibly precise thing People are doing that to like even crazier degrees because like, you know, you can like not only get the Pokemon that you really vibe with, but also like there's so many different levels you can build at. There's different collectible recipes. It seems buck wild. See, I really like Ironclad, but I for me, the ones I've had best with the Ironclad are ones where you get Pyre, so you get extra energy, and then you just windmill slam like pommels and shrug-offs, like pommel strikes and shrug-offs forever. Hey, now I don't think I've ever varnished for that long. I don't think it's ever been that long. It's sometimes I've taken like longish breaks to kind of deal with mini stuff. Are you dry enough? Yes. All right. I did the sticky test and not sticky. Hell yeah. Let me get the lads on their base. I also made the mistake where I was like, okay, I'm gonna be right back after I put them on the battle. Hold on. I'm gonna be right back once I put all of them on my thing to prime. I was like, oh yeah, I have to like manually attach every single one of these with like blue tack to my priming stick. And God, this fucking priming stick it's certainly a thing. Double checking. They smell bad still, but they are definitely dry, so I think that's enough I can get going. I can get going with the wash. Where did the other one go? Oh, there he is. Okay, because like there's one I decided just to give a go for, and he was, I think that kind of removes, like, unfortunately the way the enamel stuff works, I think if you dry brush, that stuff just tends to get like obliterated. I do want to get the robot again. I love Defect. Defect was my boy in the first game, and I'm expecting he'll also be my boy in the second. There we go. All right. Welcome back, baby. Let's go. All right, get the mineral spirits and the everything else. Okay, zoom in. Luckily, I didn't wait too long, so this really didn't dry. It's still at a liquid state. Oh yeah. Bullshit I gotta deal with. All right, there we go. All right, so we are going back to try to hit these guys with some more of the animals. Let's see. Okay, that's good. I did not have to like wildly like restock a whole bunch. Yeah, because these guys are really like this is probably some of the most speed painting I've been doing in a hot minute, where it's like, yeah, like I airbrushed them, dry brushed them, painted some metals, stuff like that. And then now I'm just putting this on. Yeah, okay, this is keeping a lot more of the flesh tone, which kind of rubbed off earlier. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is the correct choice. This is definitely the correct choice. Blow dry that down to a decent amount. Go back in. And now I just gotta do this a couple times. And then I will have not a full unit quite yet, because I do need to like wait for their bases to dry so I can put on. Because like I really want them to look like they're kind of like rising from the muck. So what I'm gonna do is do like maybe like a oily black up to their like oily black on the base, and then probably do some Uhu glue and try to get it to like connect to like the where that guy's leg is sticking out. I want to kind of like have that be pushing out of the ground, stuff like that. Because the turnip army basically that runs these guys has a thing where it's like you have a barge, and that whenever dudes die, instead of just obliterating and becoming like nothing, they go to a graveyard, which is a concept that it makes sense in Magic. This is the only cult, as far as I know, that references that in context of turnip. How you doing, Legerman? How you doing? How you doing? I was working on my other guy, but I finished him early, so now I'm currently doing kind of like a quickie speed paint for these like weird grunt dudes for both Turnip and Lost in the Damned. I want to use them as like Trader Guardsmen. Just like heavily like mutated and fucked up Trader Guardsmen, but you know, Trader Guardsmen nonetheless. You don't really need like hands to be a good Trader Guardsman. You just need a gun and legs and a dream. The dream that someday you will get hands. If you appease the dark gods, Maybe it'll give you some hands. That's really, that's kind of been funny about the apostle though. Just like the lives of everybody in the Imperium is so shit that a word bearer could be like, behold, basic necessities, and they're like, yeah, the corpse imper's a fucking lie. Yeah, I fucking love chaos. They give me food. Like that's not a bit. I mean, you know, the accent's a bit. Everyone's really British in 40K stories, spoilers. But like, that's kind of a thing. It's been kind of weird though, because like on one hand, I get that in the context of the book that he's, you know, a dark apostle is sort of like one of the leaders of the word bearers. Not as in like a big, like, you know, organizational one, but like within the war band, they're sort of like the main leader guy within their own personal war bands. And if you're able to be one, whether by like deed or by whatever, you're pretty like supernaturally like darkly charismatic. Like there's like a element where people around you are just uncomfortable, but also like you got the juice to make them kind of like, you got a lot of levers to pull on for people. People are turning really quick into this, and I'm like I kind of wish that there was a bit more of a slide into the questioning for some of these early cultists. But it's still kind of fun, you know, if Space Marines can have like really easy victories where like one guy beats the fuck out of like, you know, like a million guys. Having a word bearer convert one isn't too bad. But God, the main human lady is really sad though. It's all good, Fuber. Have a good night and take it easy, and congrats on getting the funnels done. So like the who is sort of like shaping up to become the main human cultist for the word bearers in this book. The book starts, this is very minor spoilers, but it's like, you know, if you read like one chapter of this book, you'll learn this. It's not like a later revelation thing. She's like a ship salvager, and she's trying to raise money so that she can get like a shitty one-room apartment for her dying parents. And the fucking Imperial tax guy's like, sorry, you don't got enough money. A lot of people might want to pay. And you know what? Maybe you bitching at me. Maybe that's some heresy you're doing right there. Maybe you're questioning the fact that I'm successful and you're not because the Emperor wills it. And then her parents kind of get kicked out, and she's like, don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'll talk to him. I got a job coming up. I'll let him know that like this can get worked out. And the parents are like, oh, okay, sure. Whatever you say. I love you, sweetie. And then they're on this like big, gigantic, like tenement, like mega skyscraper thing. And she's like, please, I got one more job coming. This is pretty good. This should pay pretty well, and I can pay for this. And she comes back, and her parents have jumped off the building, or at least strongly imply that they've jumped off the building. And I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. And even later on, I'm on like chapter 3, as I'm not very far at all, but they're like, she's like, yeah, you know, ever since my parents like off themselves in order to stop me from spending money on them for paying rent as they slowly died, I kind of didn't really believe much in the Emperor at that point. I kind of thought that maybe life sucks and then maybe something is horribly wrong. And you know, the guy with demon horn shows up and is like, don't worry, I got you covered, baby. But it's like, damn. I mean, you're legitimately not wrong, Lana. Like a lot of the people fall into chaos is because the Imperium is a shithole, and not that chaos necessarily provides for them, but like, you know, the big sort of thing is it's like a lot of it is like, yeah, what has the Emperor like actually done for you? You spend your life in fear of the Emperor. Like, what are you getting out of it? Like, are you happy? And they're like, no, not really. They're like, are you getting money out of it? No, we're poor as shit. Like, what are you getting out of it? Like, you know, I'm not really getting anything out of this. It kind of sucks. And anytime I ask like a reasonable question, they threaten to set me on fire. Yeah, Biggie's plan. He's doing that fucking funky chair. He's got his big old plan for all of us. Love calling the Emperor the big fucky chair, or funky chair. He's a fucky chair. No, he doesn't fuck. So far I have read, I don't know how many 40K books I have read. It's definitely double digits and probably closer to like maybe like 20 or 30. Canonically, only 3 people have fucked. 2 of them are in the Night Lords trilogy. Actually, hold on. That's not true. Okay. Okay, people who have fucked in 40k. Night Lord's trilogy has 2. Fabius Bile's backpack is canonically fucked because it had biological children. Eisenhorn fucked, I think. I have also not gotten to the point where maybe how you doing, Growth? How you doing? Yeah, he fucked, and I have not gotten to the point where I have to imagine that Amberly and Caiaphas Cain eventually have like a little evening of true romance, but I have not gotten to them yet. People get fucked, but they don't fuck. I've read several Emperor's Children themed books and no one's fucked, and like I said, I don't think they want to fuck because they're just so like hypno-indoctrinated and whatnot. The Garfield Sex Havers Legion, you know, the reason why there's actually a separate, totally parallel heresy. The 2nd Legion and the 11th Legion. The 2nd Legion's Garfield's Legion, the orange sex havers, and then the other one is Odie's Legion, which is the not sex havers. That's just what they're called. That's just how it is. They're fighting a secret war because Garfield was like the Emperor. Odie's too powerful. You fucked up. Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. But you have to make everyone think I'm dead so I can do my job. And the Emperor's like, you're right, Garfield. In fact, you're the coolest and most muscliest person I have ever seen. You're my favorite son and I love you. Yeah, everyone hooked up on the rag. They probably have, but I've only read the first 2 books of their series. Oh god, yeah, they do fucking Inquisitor. I have to imagine there's not an audiobook versions of those, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm very curious about the Ian Watson books. Like, everything about them makes them feel like 40k B movies, like you know, like an insane person writes 40k books, but it has like a vision, but their vision's dumb and weird and wrong. And I'm like, that's everything I love about a lot of the bullshit that I have you guys watch. So like I might need to read through that. Yeah, Carcassy. I think Carcassy wanted to fuck, but I don't. Oh shit! No, I totally forgot. Delicioso. Shouldn't be the Delicioso. I think you fucked it up, maybe. But yeah, Jay, have a good night. Take it easy. No, the fucking in Watcher of the Throne. In Watcher of the Throne, the main character who is like the secret assistant. He's not really secret. He's like the assistant to all the High Lords. He fucks. That motherfucker fucks. Basically, him and his hot assistant, like, once the Cicatrix Maledictum rips open and everyone's like, the Astronomican's down. We're going to die. So yeah, him and his assistant just like, they bone for a while, but not in like a like, ooh, we're so in love. They kind of do that thing where it's like, oh, we're going to die. I don't know what to do. Fuck, I need like any human comfort whatsoever. You big fat man, come over here and give me a kiss. Like that's what this assistant says. I think Jex. Yeah, Jex is pretty cool. She's like the main, and all the Watchers of the Throne books. There's like, you know, there's Valerian, there's Alea, who's the sister of Silence. Valerian's the Custodes dude, and then there's always like a human who does like administrative work in there. And that the Jex kind of takes over as that role in the second book. I keep thinking of Jex from like Final Fantasy though when her name comes up and like this is fucking my shit up. Okay, so there's like an okay amount of sex in 40k stuff. Not a huge amount, but like, you know. Now that I'm actually running the numbers, I mean, I have gone like, you know, like maybe like 5 or 6 books deep before like anything resembling standard human emotion comes into play. But like, you know, it'd be like that. I like Watchers of the Throne a lot too, actually. That was a very solid series. Grasgul Yark. Yeah, it's once again the Fabius Bile trilogy is I'm mixed on it. I don't think it's like the worst read ever. I think it's that issue that whenever G-Dubs has a character that's like a real big deal, sometimes they will like vigorously jerk that character off. Fabius Bile gets jerked hard. Call gets jerked so hard that he has to get a second Robo-Dick installed because the first one has been atomized. But yeah, but like overall, they're like pretty neat little adventure books. I think the third one is worth it for the rest. Like the first two Fabius Bile books, the third one I think definitely is kind of makes the other ones a bit more worthwhile. But that's sort of the one where Fabius Bile kind of like learns his hubris gonna get to him. Characters. I mean, I get it though. Like, it's like, you know, if you're gonna die horribly and like, you know, you only have like theoretically like maybe like seconds to live. Yeah, why not? You know. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that the Custodes were sort of like at a genetic like level, sort of bred to become. They're basically like warrior poet golden retrievers. Like even Alea's like, God damn, you cannot comprehend breaking the rules, can you? And like when Valerian does, it's like a big deal, but also he's still the fucking biggest like square ever. He's fun. He's a fun guy though. Also in the second book, the Minotaurs show up, and I love my boys in that book. They are huge fucking cunts, and I would not have it any other way. They are the best. Everybody hates them. Chaos hates them. The Imperials hate them. High Lords tolerate them, and they work for the High Lords. That takes a mutually beneficial business arrangement to tolerate them. And like, chef's kiss. Beautiful. Yeah, I think unfortunately a lot of people are like, haha, they had the sex, and like the context gets lost. Oh god, now that must have been a lot of sex on Hawaii, especially because like if you're going to have like Doomsday, the world is ending sex, I have to imagine Hawaii is a great place for that, you know? It's like, it's warm, you got the palm trees, it's like a kind of small island. I think I have to imagine that the Doomsday sex on Hawaii is pretty nice. I have to imagine. I've not been to Hawaii though, so I could be wrong. Maybe Hawaii's a secret shithole, but like, you know, in my brain. I mean, kinda, yeah. Like Alea gets really frustrated. She's like, you're clearly like a trained warrior and you're really intelligent, but like, why are you so dumb? And like why are you so wired to follow orders? I have to imagine he's already read the book. Then again, I don't know. It's always that weird thing. It's always a weird thing with that where it's like, I have to imagine he's read the books for his faction. I know I've read the books for my faction. I've read not all the Word Bearers stuff, but like a pretty decent chunk. And there's not like a huge amount of Custodes Ford stories. I have to go a lot of the idea that like the, you know, usual like anything is there as a work of fiction unless proven otherwise. I'm more likely to believe that the Tile Stories guy is real. Other than that, that scenario feels like it's just somebody jerking it. What's a meth? Oh, I believe it. Yeah, because it's probably easier to hide the meth at sea than especially when you're on like an island far away, and also like you don't got to deal with mainland bullshit. Like if you're doing like crazy amounts of meth and you're in Hawaii, like the Hawaii PD has to take you out, or like that's really it. I mean, they can call in people, but you know, there's transit time. Because once again, these were like really slapdash, quick little projects, but like this guy's already. I think that guy was the original though. Let me go to you. Yeah, boy. I especially think right now the big thing is that the base being purple is really making it look weird. I might be able to like paint the base black and be fine without worrying about getting the streams crossed. Also, Eugene Areku, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. How you doing? How you doing? Tracking some Cadians while the nuke goes off. Oh, okay. I've actually not read a Krieg book yet. I've tried I'm mostly staying in the Chaos Realms because that's just kind of like, you know, my shit. But yeah, it's been those have been pretty good. There we go. We're in the right 3 weeks. Let's give it a bomb ad. I'm sure somebody did that maybe. That's also true, yeah. Like, because Hawaii is one of the most expensive places in the U.S. to live, and it's not like the U.S. is like a cheap country to live in. So I think that happened to David Mark Chapman, like the guy who shot John Lennon, lived in Hawaii for a while, and it didn't, you know, everything being expensive didn't do particularly well for his brain. That guy was just all kinds of fucked up, though. Like he had little visions in his head of like basically like little people, and I don't mean like people with dwarfism. I mean like straight up like in the cupboards there were like there's like a little mini civilization, and he would kind of rule over them as king and ask them for advice and shit. Like dude was fucking real fucked up. Like originally I was like I'm not gonna enamel these guys necessarily, but I do have extra. We have a little extra enamels. I think I'm gonna do that just so I don't waste, and also because I think it'll still look pretty good this way. There we go. But yeah, I have to imagine like if you come to Hawaii with money and then you're in Hawaii with no money, like yeah, I don't know what you really do. Unfortunately, I mean. I guess technically, like, debt collectors could probably, like, come pick your ass up, but, like, it's still not great for really anyone involved. There we go. How you doing, Eugene? If you do not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimico from the miniature painting VTuber of the Nerd Golden Scale variety, and right now I'm airing out my bees. You know, as one does, you know, you know when you're trying to aerate your bees. That very common thing that people do, that old chestnut. Yeah, I'm doing that right now. That thing that we've all done multiple times in our life. Nothing strange about it. I don't even know I'm bringing attention to it, but you know, I like having relatable content on twitch.tv/Albert. Stupid joke. There we go. Put on there. Also, want to just finish off the sponge too. Just like a. Oh, hold on. Oh, did the fucking... Why is there a big plop there? I need to touch that up a bit later then. That's annoying. It's fine. Oh, I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that later. Also, never have yourself a good night and take it easy, yo. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I can't own us. I can't be cool like all the cool salt mine owners. It's fucked up. Yeah, okay, maybe my little experiments with trying to go back to Agrax still just can't beat the fact that I really fucking love enamels. They just look nice. I'm just gonna let them dry naturally because I'm especially gonna have to touch up that bee. But for now, enamels be done. Yippee! Really clean out this brush too. All my enamel brushes are just like fucked up. There's like, amazing this brush works as well as it does. Like, there's paint deep in this fucking ferrule. Oh my god. Everything up. Yeah, I think like once I fix that little bump, I think the entire Wandering Morris clan is good. I see that's another 6 minis? No, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minis done. Yippee, let's go. Got these fuckers. I'm curious. I want to see what happens when I use black on their bases. What what black do I want to use? I have like 2 separate blacks. They're both from Vallejo. So this is Vallejo pure black, and then this is just black. They like vaguely look the same. Like I kind of almost want to use this pure black so I just have like less black kicking around. Like a big old glorb on the palette. And then where's my big glorb and brush? This motherfucker. I put it next to the other black too, so if it just kind of like leaks over. And then the goal is to go to the base and just kind of really hit that up. It's not like a good place to. Yeah, like I said, this basically the idea is like I do want to go and get the rim later as well, but this is even about like this is about the level of slickness I want. I want that level of reflectiveness on all of these lads. But I'm gonna have to wait for that to dry, and then I think probably the move is I'm going to just paint matte black and then paint the gloss on top of the matte black. Because like I know I've mixed paint for like slime stuff before, but this is really just kind of like a covering sheen on what is just like a black base. But I guess I could also take, I got like a little bit of that like black Templar's contrast or whatever. I could just kind of like mix that in to the gloss. That actually probably is a good idea. Maybe just kind of like more redundant gloss stuff. Yeah, like it. Unfortunately, I will not be doing Turnip this weekend. This weekend, I'm doing a 1,500 point of 1-page rules. Should also got these guys all have like one little lifted foot, so I need to remember to go back in and like slime that up. I'm pretty excited. Oh yeah, I think I've showed you guys the bases I've gotten for those. I pretty much just need to go and texture so many bases. I need to put together my list too. I have like a very vague list where I'm running a lot of like plague, well yeah, kind of plague bearers, a couple chaos warriors and stuff like that. The big one is like the lad. It still kind of blows my mind that the Crackadrack? I think the Crackadrack. I think that's it. Whatever. The big lizard. The big lizard model that I finished up on Sunday. Like I was legit. It's really annoying if you try to do like any amount of research on a Games Workshop product. Like, and I mean research in like the biggest air quotes. Like this is like fucking nothing. So like I was just trying to look up the date of like when did the Start Collecting box come out? When did that particular Start Collecting box come out? And that feels like an answer. He's like, oh, that should be pretty easy. You should be able to like go to like the G-Dubs like website or whatever. No, I couldn't even really go through like articles on the Games Workshop website too, because like the announcement articles, because they trim those, you know, after a while they're like, well, this is no longer new. We're selling a new box. We don't want people to be remembered. We don't want people to remember the cool older one. So it's like I had to look for other people mentioning that they got theirs and started painting. And I only was able to eventually find out that I believe it released in like 2019. That motherfucker was like, I forget if the idea that like the pandemic was going to happen was happening around like I know that there was some like rumblings around like the December of it, around that, and then like 2019, and I think it was like early 2020 when like I definitely had to like switch to working from home for like guild stuff. Which I like, yeah, no, that many in my collection. Yeah, it was no. Okay, so yeah, I guess maybe that legitimately might have been the like, oh shit, might be bad. Let me pick up some Chaos Warriors before I go, just in case. But yeah, no, that many has existed the entire time I've been a VTuber in my backlog at various states of because like I think I started to work on them. I didn't like it. I stripped the paint, and then like a year or two later tried to do it again. And I really did not like. I did not like the second time either. Yeah, it's like I continue to feel bad because like legitimately like pandemic was nothing but like a good time for me. I got to meet a lot of really cool people. I got to become a VTuber. It was like working from home was great. It was like overall I feel bad because like, you know, other people had relatives die, and meanwhile I'm just over here like living the ascended neat life. And then eventually, basically, all the perks of the pandemic were just kind of stripped away one by one. But yeah, I've been even like looking at like early, like I said, I've been looking at like older forum posts from like really early Western VTubing stuff, and it's been interesting. It's been interesting. It's very funny that even like because like so VTubing has been around a while. Like you know, even like it happened to get a pickup during the pandemic, but there was like Keys to I was like 2017, I think. So there's already people that are like, it's already oversaturated. All the cool things have been done. It's not. It's whatever. It's like I wonder those people like what are they thinking of it now? It's like it's a totally different thing, really. Yeah. The overwhelming fear and the idea that like everything could explode was kind of not great. But like, early VTubing was rad though. How you doing, Lawrence? How you doing? Oh God, I'm still like, I've been having like. The heat, it's warmer now, so I'm not having heat at like cold issues anymore. My prints are still not 100% back up. I think there's something weird with my leveling. Like I've tried to re-level my printer a couple times. I don't know if I'm like, I know this like there's like people argue about like how thick of a sheet of paper you should use for leveling, stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, it's a good thing now we don't have to be nervous about our future anymore. Whew, I'm glad that was just a weird quirk of the past that we don't have to deal with. But yeah, it's like, oh, what's going on? Yeah. It's but yeah, it's like I feel I've been doing this long enough that I'm hitting levels of like nostalgia too as well. Like looking up like kind of like that, like it's actually kind of interesting because even like models had like a very like specific way they looked when rendered and stuff, and I don't know how much that was just like what people had access to for live 2D stuff, or like it was just like the kind of the style of the artist who could do live 2D at the time lent it like a particular look. Well, like even just like the way like rendering looked on like VTuber models is like very specific of the era. I'm like, I don't know. Do you think I'm wondering like legitimately in the same way that we got like people trying to do like, like MySpace throwbacks and stuff like that. Like if we'll ever have a thing where people just like, you know what? I want a retro Vroid. I'm going to have a retro Vroid and like, I'm going to do that. Like, I wonder if we'll ever have that. Like, I don't know if like a VTuber did that now. Like, I think it's still both like too fresh and also like people expect a lot more. I'm thinking like years from now that's going to be like a little bit also. Yeah. These guys did not get the medal yet, but I think they still would benefit from getting their bases based. There we go. Oh, okay. I'm glad that got fixed then. That sounds annoying as shit. Oh fuck, this guy's got like a metal claw, and it's like, oh, that's fine. I can always just paint over that metal later. Bit more black, nothing super crazy. But yeah, I'm hoping I want to get my 3D printer fixed because I got what I'm gonna do. There was like a couple of yeah, my pilgrims and stuff. I wanted to do a castigator. I want to do so. I know Sacred Affliction trench pilgrims can't use the pointy hats, but those hats are cool, so I'm going to use it anyway. I just won't have the rules for them. That's fine. I don't care if my models don't have like the pointy hat rules. But like I was working on a couple of those, and I was able to get all my power packs done, which is good. How you doing, Lunar Wind? How you doing? I finished Morris early, so I'm currently working on a big turnip. Like, basically, I guess these guys are going to be functionally fodder now. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know what the state of that cult's doing there. But yeah, I have like a bunch of extra ones. So like, I have enough for a 20-man unit, but also with the ability to have like 2 squads of 10, and also whether I want to have a box unit or not. But yeah, I got a bunch of them that are in this state that I've stripped off their backpacks, and I've gotten some new ones printed out. This is from Mad Bits. They're very big on them, but I kind of like the way that looks. I'm gonna stick with that. Get you in the fully ready. Also, enjoy your lurk, yo. Enjoy your lurk. The day has been good. Sees what you get will strike you down. It's. I think for the most part, I generally get like my like that. That's. I cannot imagine anyone getting like legitimately upset about that issue. Like, hey, these guys got pointy hats, but none of them have the pointy hat rule. It's like, yeah, okay. If later on if later on I was like, oh yeah, no, I get the Iron Capital rules. They're like, hey, no, you don't. Like that, I don't think that's gonna happen with me. Like I don't think I'm gonna do that. So I think everything will be good. I think everything's gonna be Gucci. It's actually I don't know. Like I've been doing more infantry on stream than I feel like I've been doing for a while. Like last time I did the Sons of Horus, I did these guys. It's kind of nice. I don't know. I think like as much as I really like, you know, I like doing one singular character 99% of the time. But like, you know, it is fun just to kind of do a little bit of mass infantry painting. I think it's pretty neat to do from time to time. I think I really just need to group that up some more, but that's fine. This is early as shit base coat. And then I still have a couple more on my printer, on my airbrush. Like I was saying, I have like a couple things on there. Yeah, that's also true that these guys are basically like a speed paint project. So technically, I might still do this. But I did record the process of me building these guys with the intent of making them into a video. Now, the thing I want to do a video next is a very different thing, and I think it's probably going to be more interesting, but when I find a time for it, which maybe it'll be this weekend, I don't know. I would like to get like something filmed for that, especially because I would like to start painting the model, whether the video's done or not. I'd like to get the model going for painting and then maybe come back and finish the video. I've also so previously the guild has required me to have an Adobe subscription, and it doesn't need me to have that anymore. And I've been realizing that if I don't need that for the guild, I also I used to want to keep Adobe Premiere for subtitling. And I'm going to be honest, I don't do subtitled clips of myself. So I don't need that. And it's I could probably replace Photoshop with Affinity or Canva or something like that. So I don't want to start a video. I want to get the video I want to make soonish done and then try to learn DaVinci Resolve so I can just sort of be free of the Adobe curse forever. Because also the newer editions of fucking Premiere have been fucking awful. They're fucking terrible. They keep sticking in AI bullshit in there, and it just makes everything worse. There was a part where they did an update or something to Lightroom, and my minis started looking visibly different. The background looked way more visibly apparent. And I'm like, this is, it's so the background would be black background, and then would be slightly lighter than the black of the void, which would really fuck with my brain, and I did not like that. It is look at these guys as look at these guys, I say, putting them directly behind me. Even in this state, once again, this is also another thing too. If you're oh, I want to paint minis, but I don't think I'm gonna be very good. Paint massed infantry. Paint infantry. The more infantry you put together, these are basically three colored, not particularly complicated dudes. More done at speed paint level. Look how good they look as a unit. These guys are ready to fight the Corpse Emperor together as weird mechanized bros for life. Once again, they don't have hands, but by God, do they have a dream. Just scoot that up so you get a little bit more. Yeah, keep going too close or too far. Look how good these guys look together. Also, I'm gonna be doing that thing where it's if you put a Space Marine behind them, because you can run called in Lost and the Damned, you can attach a aspiring champion to the unit, so they can have this is not built to be a cool character, but yeah, there we go. You got the lad and his weird mech tech thrall dudes. That's pretty neat. How you doing, Scrotus? How you doing? I'm showing off the lads. Or if I'm playing Turnip, I can run these guys as fodder and then have good old Wandering Morris behind them. Fucking playing jazz music for your soul. They do look really good with Morris, though, actually. Hell yeah. Nice. What's what I want to do that I can do right now? Thank you. I aspire for that level of weird. This side. Still got this guy. I think I need to do more on you. I figure out what I want to do with my like remaining 10 minutes or so. No, not jizz music. Very different thing. Oh man, I do have some Star Wars. Like I do still have those Shadow Collective minis. Maybe one of these days I'll paint those, and then I can just use that as an excuse just to play jizz music all day. Oh, Star Wars. It still amazes me. It still fucking blows my mind that like George Lucas could come up with that name and nobody stopped him. Nobody stopped him. Like I'm sure maybe it was impossible to stop him, but like it's still like holy shit. No one stopped him. Absolute madness. These guys. A little more, maybe like one more coat of black around the base for you. Oh yeah. Oh, I still gotta do this guy's glow, but he also needs another coat on this for sure. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard because like I am very much like I need to be playing a game that uses those minis to be excited to play those minis. Ostensibly, I think there's a Star Wars scene near me. Like, I know my store stocks all the minis, and generally if a game dies, they no longer store to, like sell them. Like, Malifaux used to have, like, a whole shelf by infinity where I'm at, and then just, you know, one day Malifaux was gone. I'm like, oh, I guess the scene died. So I have to imagine that would happen to Star Wars. Also, I think the Song of Ice and Fire got the same thing. But that game still has players, but, like, I don't think my store is selling any new stock for them ever. Which... Also, I think for that is specifically because Conquest ate that game's entire lunch. Like, I like the Song of Ice and Fire war game, but Conquest, like, for people who want, like, a non-G-dubs rank and flank, that seems to be where they go. Oh, see, you would love my shop. My shop has, like, a dedicated Battletech, so you can get the Battletech plushies at my shop. I could get a stuffed Irby. I think it's the Irby. I think the Irby is the stuffed one my shop has. I don't know. But they got that, and like the different era books and stuff. Yeah, my shop is really baller. It's real fucking baller. Got all the like the different like a different setting era books and some other things. Decent amount of like grab bag, like blind box minis. Pretty legit. Oh, they're like rare, okay. I was about to say maybe next time I go to the shop I'll pick one up just to have a rare collectible, but now it's also possible that they sold all those. I know they existed at one point. I know I've definitely seen 2 like plush battle mechs in bags at my shop at least at one point or another. They did exist. Whether they still exist now, I cannot say, but they definitely did at one point. I can absolutely confirm they did exist at one point. I'm kind of surprised they don't sell them anymore, though. Or did they just not do particularly well, or like what happened there? Or maybe it's just like a limited quantity thing. If you mentioned Trench Crusade, also never, yeah. Oh yeah, it's to be fair, like sometimes if like you don't, oh, their conventions, oh okay, that makes a lot of sense. You too. Oh god, I gotta scoot all these fuckers. Mistake. Oh god, why did I put you directly on there? I fucked up. I got some possessed chilling around my desk that could use some love. I need to work on their. Speaking about bases, I need to work on their bases at some point. The other side of town has gun plushies. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Yeah, I think mine has some as well. I'm not trying to like one up your shop or anything. I know I have a different shop that has Gundam stuff, but they're just more like a general purpose. But yeah, oh yeah, but I was about to say, like, if you're in a niche hobby and like you find out that someone else has your niche hobby, like I get the impulse to be like, friend, and then like, you know, Star Wars is one of those things too that like if somebody is not on your Star Wars wavelength, I could see that being very, 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 very fucking annoying. Yeah, but my shop could totally beat up your shop. My shop works for Nintendo. His dad owns a dealership. Yes, I love having a good productive painting night, and I decided to end it on fucking greater possessed trim. I like this. I think it's just because I know this needs to get done at some point, and like, you know, morale is high. I might as well. Might as well take a crack at it, just to see how much trim I can go. See, I'm very blessed that I have like several good shops that do different things where I'm at. So it's like I have the indie shop that doesn't really have like much in the way of stock, but like they play all the cool indie games, and it's very much like less of a shop and more of like a club, which I've also really liked the club model of I really like the club model that like a lot of like European like places have for like game clubs and stuff like that, where it's like you kind of like you get together, you got a spot. It's not really like necessarily like a store thing. There's no real like pressure to sell stuff, but also you can kind of like coordinate for like campaigns and stuff a lot easier. Oh, thank you. Like these are very typical word bearer colors. So I'm spoilers. I'm doing the possessed as word bearers. Yeah, I happen to get these. These are from a set that's no longer exists. They used to be called Greater Possessed, and now they're just possessed that are just big, as one does. I guess it's. Yeah, you'll find a club someday. I believe. Okay, I also got like some like homemade. I made these two chuckle fucks out of scrap. I will say, if you have some like extra bits, making your own possessed is really fun. Like all you gotta do is just take some old shit you don't want and just kind of mush them. So like this guy is some old 3D printed bits I didn't want, some like 3D printed terrain bits, and like a body that I had fucked up for. I think this is like a really old jank marine that I like needed to use some of the body parts for something. And this guy, a similar deal. His arm is a bunch of you can actually see like the back hole, I think, in there's. His arm is a bunch of leftover poxwalkers that have been mushed up with putty, and his arm is from an orc. You can tell because it's really big, and the gun could pass for a bolter if you're like not squinting too hard. It's fine though, you know. It's fine. It's fine. So such is the power of chaos that a marine can have a chunky weapon as a treat. You know, just for fun. It's just for fun. The only downside with these beautiful sculpts, like I said, they are just like ludicrous amounts of trim. Like the legs are all trim, and then like behind the knees and. Yeah, orc chaos spawn. I think this is another one of those like shower thought projects that I thought would be cool to do. I really like the idea of basically like as like an Iron Warriors experiment that like some guy pretty much goes in, like beats the fuck out of the leader of like an orc warband and like, all right, I'm the strongest, you're working with me now. And like him and his kind of like elite chosen are the knob equivalents or like the war boss equivalents, and the rest are all just like typical boys. But like the idea that like at first he's kind of like, you know, like not be like he uses chaos stuff, but he's not trying to like convince the orcs to go over to chaos. He's just using them as chumps. But the longer around the orcs he is, the more he's sort of affected by their sort of passive Wa energy. So his armor is getting like bigger and bulkier, and like the repairs that are being done by the boys are getting like just making him just like big. Basically, he's just slowly becoming a Grayskull sort of like stature. Like he would originally have like Terminator armor on, but it just kept getting additions and additions, and it's making him more and more aggressive. And all the dudes who was in his warband, like the regular Marines, like I don't know about this, but like, you know, he's getting bigger and meaner. So if they say anything about it, he beats the fuck out of them or kills them. I was like, oh, that'd be cool. And then I'm like, oh, this would require a lot of different moving parts to get going. So I shelved that one for a while, but you know, that might be one that'd be fun to return to one day. Yeah, yeah, that kind of stuff does tend to happen. That did be unfortunate. All right, unfortunately, it be time to go for the night. So let's go. Oh, that's the fucking Dungeon Synth music that I've barely heard. I turned it down really low tonight and barely heard it. Let's go to pick up the palette so I don't drop it on my desk. Let's go to the chatting screen. Wow. All right, thanks for coming, nerds. I had a lot of fun. Usual schedule. The schedule is going to be very much the schedule until I beat Half-Life. Once that changes, there'll be some other stuff. And then on Thursday, there's going to be Half-Life. I just got very close to the, what's it called? I'm I just saw the helicopter for the first time, and I'm dealing with that bullshit. So if you know anything about that, that should be pretty cool. And then after that, on Sunday, I will be painting. What will I be painting on Sunday? I don't know yet. Like I said, probably it's going to be a. It's probably going to be some Blight Kings if I have to guess. But yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. Everyone on the YouTube side, I'm gonna cut you nerds loose. So bye, YouTube people. Bye bye. And I know who I want to raid. I don't think she's on for a while.